What the hell was that? Wrong thing. There we go. I wonder why it gave that notification noise. Why are you being weird with me, OBS? Anyway, hello everybody. I hope you're all enjoying your lovely Friday morning or evening, wherever you are in the world. So, I know it was a pretty last minute little thing I decided to write on the community posts, but I was actually preparing to get Miotsukushi PS2 set up today, but after reading the ARC summary of what it was and remembering what people have told me about it, I decided maybe would it actually be better for me to just go ahead and, at least for now, just skip it and try updating my copy of the console arcs and just going on to whatever new console arcs that I didn't have on my copy before now. Because of Miotsukushi PS2, this is my line of thinking. If it's basically the same thing as Miotsukushi Emote for like 90% of it, but there's like a 10% difference in bits of the script here and there, I just basically thought to myself, would it really be worth it for me to just go right ahead and jump into what was basically what will probably be amounts to just a 90% retread of the exact same arc I just got done completing? So, while I'm interested in seeing the differences, honestly, between Miotsukushi PS2 and Emote as far as script changes, story segments, and all that are concerned, the last thing I want to do is to waste everybody's time just going through most of the same thing, especially after I just completed said thing just a short bit ago. You know what I mean? Like, for me, it's one thing to waste my own time doing checking little stuff like that, but you guys, on the other hand, I have no idea what your guys' life is like, but I gotta run with the assumption that your time is valuable, so the last thing I want to do is to waste any of your guys' time retreading most of the same ground, if at all possible. But all the same, though, I put a little post on, hold on, let me open up a link. I put on a little post on the channel's community hub, where you guys can just go ahead and, if you want, just let me know through this if you want me to cover Miotsukushi PS2 in the future, just for the fun of it, or just ignore it entirely. I'll just I'll just do whatever based on the majority consensus that you guys that is put on the polls here. I don't want you guys to think I'm just trying to find a way to weasel out of doing Miotsukushi PS2. I'm just trying to be considerate of you guys more than anything. Because, again, I don't want to waste everybody's time just going through most of the same thing that we just got done doing. Especially when, as I've just come to find out just a short bit ago, we've got 3 whole new arcs to the console arcs that we could instead jump right into, which I'm pretty reasonably certain is not a retread of Miotsukushi. So, for the time being at least, I figured it would just be a better use of everybody's time to just, at least for now, jump to one of those arcs instead, and just save the Miotsukushi PS2 question for later. So, I hope you guys can at least understand where I'm coming from that thing here. Again, I'm just trying to be considerate of everybody's time more than anything, even though I am genuinely interested to see what the differences are between Miotsukushi PS2 and Miotsukushi Emote. So, with all that being said, I think I'll just stop yammering and jammering and just jump right into it and show you what's been added now that I've updated my copy of the console arcs. And we'll just go from there. So yeah, for those of you who have been tuning in and following me on the console arcs for a while now, I'm sure you guys can see we've got 3 new additions here right at the very bottom of the list. We have Kotohogushi Higurashi, and Epilogue. So, I guess thinking about it now, I don't know if Epilogue would actually count as an actual arc here, because it could just be a short little segment that somebody just made here that isn't a proper little arc. But at the very least, I'm pretty reasonably certain that Kotohogushi and Higurashi are definitely new arcs, for sure. And full ones at that. So, ignoring Miotsukushi PS2 for now, let's go right ahead and jump into Kotohogushi. Kotohogushi Celebration. This arc can be read after completing Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi in Miotsukushi Emote, or Miotsukushi PS2. A legend of Hanyu's distant past, when Hinamizawa was still known as Onikafuchi Village. Oh, so this is going to be a prequel? Fascinating. Okay, you know what? Since I'm thinking about it, I want to see what the other two summaries of the other two arcs are real fast here. I'm not gonna jump into them first. I just want to see what they say. So Higurashi, what's this one? Embarrassing exposure. This arc is unlocked after reading all 8 arcs in the main series and all of the console arcs. It's set before Higurashi, so you may want to read it after that. Higurashi, I don't remember seeing that anywhere on the console arcs. What the hell is that? Something to look up later, I guess. After finally escaping the perils of June 1983, the club members decide to enjoy a nice, peaceful day at the pool. This sounds like it could be a lot of fun. But apparently there's yet another arc I gotta read that's not part of the console arcs before I can enjoy this thing, so... This is a bit of a problem, to put it mildly. Papicular? I don't know if I'm saying your name right. I apologize if I'm butchering it. Either way, welcome to the stream. Oh, it's a fan service arc from the anime. Haha, okay, so... I was assuming that's probably what it was, but now that I know for sure, I'm definitely looking forward to that later on. Definitely am a good connoisseur of fan service, yes, yes. Alright, so what's Epilogue? One last reward for you brave souls who have read Matsuburayashi, Higurashi, Miotsukushi Emote, Miotsukushi Ura, and Kotohogushi. Yeah, I guess that's more or less what I expected, especially given the name of this thing. So, now that I know what these 3 new arcs essentially are, and it looks to me like I'll have to save Higurashi until I can, well, at least figure out, at the very least, how I need to go about looking up this other arc I apparently might want to read first. Let's go ahead now and actually jump into Kotohogushi. Since this is a prequel to the whole series, I'm real curious to see what we'll learn here.
それはとても古い昔のおとぎ話。
One person's fairy tale is another person's history.
ほんの少しの違いによって生まれたとある不思議な物語。誰かのために懸命に生きて、誰かのために懸命に願った一つの家族の絆の物語。
It was truly a gruesome sight. The plants were burned. The earth was scorched. Ashes danced in the scorching fumes, the crimson blaze illuminating the dark night as it incinerated the plants, the houses, and the fields. And the ground itself was littered with piles of corpses that had been reduced to flesh and blood. Vast fear and despair dwelled in the area, the stench of death turning into hideously scorched deposits as far as the eye could see. Countless roaring behemoths stood tall, surrounding the flames. Long, sharp claws grew from their arms, muscular as tree trunks. Their mouths were torn to their ears, baring their sharp, ominous fangs. They were a clan accompanied by many companions and servants, and boasted absolute power that struck fear into the hearts of innumerable villages. A so-called clan of demons. On mere whims, they would attack villages, wreck crop fields, and slaughter and massacre man and beasts alike. To powerless humans, these creatures were to be avoided at any cost. Many of those very demons were sliced limb from limb and pierced straight in the heart, reducing them to chunks of meat that littered the landscape. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and use this to update the thumbnail for the stream really quick. So give me just a second. I don't want to have to keep using the stock image I'm currently using, if at all possible. So let me just do this real fast. Okay, get that there. Okay. Looks copacetic. Oops. Okay, here, want this. So I gotta fix thumbnail I just overridden real quick too. So give me just a second. Higurashi. Here we are. PNG. Thumbnail. Okay. Flatten. Now let me fix this real fast. H. There's H. There's H. Okay. There. There we are. At least you guys will get to see a little bit behind the scenes on how I, at least very partially, make some of my thumbnails. Okay, I think that's fixed now, so let me go over here. Wait, what? Oh my god, are you kidding me? That's what I get for not checking. Apparently it's bigger than 2 megabytes, so let me load that thing back up real fast. Where's P? Where's P? P. Here's P. And here I was thinking it would be fine, but I guess not. Let me just change that to a JPEG. Okay, there we go. That works. Okay, this one right here? Nope. It's this one. There. Happy? Okay, is it actually changed? Okay, good. Alright, we're good. Let's get back to it. Sorry about that. There are 3 new arcs? Yeah, there are. We have Kotohogushi, which is apparently a prequel to the entire series, which is what I'm currently jumping into right now. Another one whose name I'm already forgetting, which is, well, a fan service arc, as you just explained. And then there's Epilogue. So, since I am trying to get some feedback from you guys as to whether or not I should go ahead and cover Miotsukushi PS2 in the future, I decided it would be a good idea to just go ahead and just jump into a whole new arc instead for now, since that way we don't have to end up at least for today's stream, if nothing else, retreading familiar ground. So yeah, it's pretty much what I explained at the beginning of this whole thing. A literal pile of corpses. If any epitome of the word nightmare existed in this world, it would be the spectacle that had just unfolded right then and there. Having always believed themselves to be the strongest, they couldn't accept this reality. Thus they were rooted in place in confusion. Or rather, fear. An even larger demon emerged from a short distance behind the other demons. The humans in the village called it the Chief, for it understood human language and could suppress its murderous instincts. Yet it also possessed far greater power than the other demons. Furthermore, the demons followed its orders as their leader, believing and never doubting its absolute might and menace. But this time, the chief's low growls contained an echo of bewilderment, as well as fear that went beyond that. They were already on the level of shivers, which only grew stronger after it recognized the presence, moving within the roaring hot flames. Putus observer? Despite that, the demons all gazed sinisterly at the blazing wall of flames to ward off their unrest, roaring as they bared their claws and fangs at the ready. All their muscles were bursting to their limits, filled with atrocious power. Their violent instincts swelled so much that all their joints creaked. However, their bodies quivered, and their hearts pounded all the more fiercely. The ceaseless beads of sweat that dripped down their entire bodies weren't simply from the flames and the intensity of the fight. Yasamal? You look an awful lot like Hanyu, whoever you are. And since I like the look of this even more for a thumbnail, guess what I'm gonna be doing real fast? Okay, where's the thing? Here's the thing. Oh, whoops. I expanded the canvas. My bad. Keep canvas size. Okay, let's put that there. Perfect. Badass. I love the look of this thumbnail. I like it a lot. Okay. Now let's do this correctly the first time now. So how big is this thing going to be? Oh, perfect. Alright. Now let's change it yet again. There we go. Beautiful. B-E-A-beautiful. So, Yeezamal. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing that right. Any relation? Do you have any relation to Hanyu by any chance? Eventually, a figure emerged from the flames and revealed its form. Its cloak fluttered with its calm steps as its long bluish-purple hair danced in the wind. Furthermore, a pair of sharp, ominous horns were sticking out of its head, exactly like the demon's. It slowly but surely walked across the charred earth, stepping out in front of the demons. At first glance, it appeared to have the dainty stature of a human woman. But its slender arms gracefully held out a dully shining sword, as long as a willow leaf. And even at this point, its tip was dripping, with copious and seemingly endless amounts of fresh blood. Ah, shit. That moment, one of the building's few remaining pillars crumbled, and instantly added to the strength of the fire. The empowered flame lit the figure's back, and the moment its expressionless face was illuminated, the demon shuddered. It was unbelievable. No, it shouldn't have been believable. It was completely unharmed. Its breathing was unperturbed, and its face reflected not even a hint of tension. The only signs of anything abnormal were the splatters of mud and blood on its cloak, and its concealed eyes, steeped in scarlet, were sharp and cold. You colorblind? They look violet-purple to me. Well, yeah, violet-purple. I think I see a little bit of blue mixed in with the purple. It stared haughtily at the row of demons, with a gaze so cruel it made them flinch. They made doubly sure they'd been prepared for the ambush, and things proceeded just as envisioned. They lured it into the village official's estate they had been using as a base, and surrounded the residents with overwhelming numbers. Then when the time was ripe, they activated the explosives they'd set, blowing the grounds to smithereens. In exchange, half of their forces, unable to evacuate in time or with no time at all, were engulfed by the flash and the shockwave, vanishing without a trace. This doesn't seem like a very strategically sound little strategy that you've concocted here. I mean, shouldn't you have at least made some real effort to get the rest of your buddies out of there first before blowing the house down? Literally. Geez, seems like a phenomenally stupid move and a huge waste of manpower. Well, what the hell do I know? I'm no general. And it would have its avenues of escape blocked by the demons, resulting in either death or fatal injury. At least that had been the plan. However,
これがお前たちの言っていた。
she's got sharper features than Hanyu, so definitely a different person, for sure.
奥の手か。
That face, illuminated by the flames, held not the slightest indication of pain, much less emotion. There was no anger, no pity, not even a smile. And its glistening jade eyes were stained blood red. Again, I don't see any red in her eyes. What are you going on about? Those very eyes shot a glare as sharp as the blade at the demons, exuding a fierce light.
仮にも竜雲18杯の一人、ジェダの加盟を継ぐ我が身。
Jedha?
そなたら下道に落ちた者の小賢しき手にかかるほど落ちぶれてはおらぬ。とはいえ、従う者たちの命さえもたばかって蒔絵にするとは。推挙も過ぎるがな。
Unable to bear their fear and despair, the bewildered demons roared and charged at it. At Jedha. They ran like the wind, closing the gap at speeds too fast for eyes to perceive. As soon as they approached, they swung their giant claws, bared their sharp fangs, and swooped down on her.
一斉攻撃か。悪くない。
They would use their numbers and strength to catch their opponent by surprise, then launch a fierce onslaught that wouldn't give her time to muster her battle spirit or even counterattack. The resulting bewilderment would impair her judgment. I'm sure that's what they were thinking, at least, yeah? That indecision sprouting from hesitation would disrupt her attention.
だが。力の差を見抜けなくてはただの蛮勇だ。
Jedha's sword slashes were imperceptible to the naked eye. They merely left after images that were burned into their retinas. But not even the chief's eyes could tell how Jedha had swung her sword, or even how she'd slayed her opponents. Furthermore, a few seconds later, the air shook with delayed slash gusts and death cries. And the earth shook over and over again at the same moment those sounds were heard. The demons had been cut down, one after another. A figure clearly approached, taking one calm step at a time. Dark red clouds of blood splatter, danced and dispersed in tune with those steps. The raw iron-like stench slowly but surely grew thicker and thicker. Occasionally, that figure swayed from side to side, like a mirage. But the glint in her eyes remained unwavering, filled with brilliant radiance that pierced the chief like an arrow. This unrealistic sight was like a dream. Yes, like something straight out of a nightmare. Faced with that, the chief's body froze up, with even its breath and thoughts grinding to a halt. Before long, when the chief himself could finally hear those breaths that were unlike his own,
No!
Jedha suddenly stopped. With that short breath, Jedha shook the blood from her sword and pointed the tip at the chief. When he finally came back to his senses and looked around, he found all his fellow demons had been slain by Jedha. And so, the chief finally realized he and Jedha were the only ones left standing.
やはり噂にたがわぬ。だが
It happened in a flash. The chief kicked off the earth and closed the gap between him and Jedha in the moment she took a breath. And before his opponent even had time to take up an intercept stance, he raised his massive arms and flashed his long, sharp claws as he slashed at the figure standing defenseless right in front of him. However,
遅い。
Jedha had already vanished, leaving nothing but thin air for his fists to cleave as they slammed into the ground. And then,
祈るがいい。ゲロ。
何
the moment he realized that whisper had come from behind him, the chief was knocked aside faster than he could turn around, in spine-tingling fear. A single flash of light shone at that moment, followed by a pregnant pause, then an ear-splitting howl of wind. And just a second later, a tree near where the chief had been standing fell to the ground with a thud.
さすがピトゥス。かわされたのは久しぶりだ。衝撃をな。
Jedha flipped her hair back, and at the same time, the moment the chief felt a burning sharp pain run through his right shoulder at the base of his leg, spurts of blood followed. He'd only dodged the first blow. Jedha's plan had been to slash at him again once he broke his posture, exposing an opening. And that was it all. One of his arteries was severed, as if that had been the target all along, gushing torrents of blood even though the wound shouldn't have been that deep.
立ち筋が見えない。バカな、同じピトスでこれほどの差が。
The chief trembled in shock, completely forgetting about the bleeding and immense pain. Despite them being in different positions, he was a Ryun just like Jedha, and yet the gulf between them was deeply pronounced. Even if she was the strongest, she could be hurt once she grew exhausted, so he planned to whittle down her stamina and overwhelm her with numbers immediately afterwards. Yet it was only now that the chief finally realized how naive his scheme had been. The chief swung his arms wildly in excess irritation and panic. Those clean flashes became gales that cut through thin air. His blows gouged out the earth and left deep claw marks. But he missed. He hit no one. His desperate attack that used all his might. And his arms, claws, and fangs that had brought harrowing death and fear to this village and surrounding settlements were completely powerless. What's more, his attacks weren't even dodged or parried.
なぜだ、なぜこれが当たらぬ。
Skill issue. The chief went on a rampage, unleashing blood-curdling roars from the pit of his throat while slashing at Jedha over and over again. Yet she passed through his blows like they were mirages. He couldn't even graze her. Not her legs, not her arms, and of course, not her face, her hair dancing in the darkness, or even the cloak moving in tune with her. Furthermore, Jedha slashed at every small opening he presented, piercing his limbs, breaking his joints, severing his nerves, and gradually denying him his mobility.
遅いな。こっちだ。ガラ空きだな。
It wasn't a matter of speed. It was something more. A difference in dimension of an ability they didn't even possess. He's having a bad day. Then, with the tendons in his legs sliced, the chief could stand no longer and crumbled to his knees. He couldn't raise his arms anymore, let alone swing them. But Jedha just calmly looked down at his tired body from up close, pointed her blood-stained sword at his nose, and arrogantly decreed to get up.
どうした？もうしまいなのか。その程度か。その程度なのか、お前は。いや、そうではあるまい。仮にもリューンの血を引き、ピュトゥスを名乗るお前が多くの生命を犠牲にして得たものが、この程度であるはずがない。さあ、早くここでお前の全力を見せるがいい。立て。そのためにお前の爪や牙は折らずに残してやったのだから。
こいつまだそこがあるのか。
リューンの方は罪と罰に等価を求める。故にお前には義務がある。これまでに買ってきた哀れな人間たち、私を存分に楽しませ、長き清掃の束の間の慰めとしてその煮えとなる義務それこそがお前にふさわしき報い。 立て、そして踊れ。魂を燃やし尽くし、血を絞り出して戦え。その血と本能に従って戦え。憎しみと恨みを持って戦え。戦え、戦え。そして我が手にかかって死ね。
撤収だ。我一人ではかなわぬ。違いすぎる。
I don't think she's gonna let you run with your tails between your legs, my friend. I think you're done. The chief, no longer hiding his fear, kicked off the ground and turned around, dashing in the opposite direction of Jedha. However, Jedha closed the gap between her and the chief in the blink of an eye, attacked from behind, and pierced his lung. In that very moment, a geyser of blood erupted from his split mouth, dyeing all before him red.
ジェダの務めに未遂の文字はない。初段を下すか下されるか、殺すか殺されるか、それが監視者としての定めである。我が在郷。
Well, I must say, you observer fellows are an interesting bunch.
罪なきこの地の弱者たちを襲い、もてあそんで殺した貴様。安寧の日々を送っていた同胞たちを惑わせ、狂気へと駆り立てた貴様。その罪は重く許しがたし、故にこれまでの過ちを記憶から掘り起こし、苦しみもだえながらしばしの時間、自らの存在とともに在業を悔い改めるがいい。
Jedha pulled out her sword at those words, went around in front of the chief, gasping from immense pain and a lack of oxygen, and began chanting faintly. Her armored sleeve covering her left forearm disappeared, as if acting in concert with that, exposing her white skin. Furthermore, after roughly wiping her bloody blade of her cloak, Jedha drew her body back to a half stance, then ran her sword down her left arm. Blood spilled from the faint wound she'd opened, staining her sword once again. Then Jedha pulled her right hand back as if drawing a longbow, holding her sword aloft in a thrusting stance.
リューン18杯の一人、ジェダの仮名を継ぐ者、リューンクロッソス第35子の定めに従いて、そなたに問う。我らリューンの民が天より授かりしたからは、誇り高き過去、美しき現在、そして満ち足りた未来。なれど、掟を破りし同胞に許されるのは、そのうちの一つのみ。最後に今一度問う。そなたが欲するのは過去か現在か、それとも未来か。
Well, if we're talking about a matter of pure survival here, I guess future would be the correct choice. Or maybe it's present.
助けてか、許してか。
The glint in Jedha's eyes sharpened and intensified her whispers. There was no anger in it, nor joy, but just her pride as an emotionless observer, an executioner. Therefore,
今までにそう愛願した連中に対して貴様は何をした？
she had no room for compassion, nor the ear to hear out her target's pleas.
空に星を、緑に花を、悪しき夢には沈黙の歌。貴様の未来はすでに虚無の中にあり、故にここで散れ。
Goodbye.
ハイリューン、イアーソムール・ジェダ。それが貴様の死神の名。 同胞の名を汚す知れ人よ。コンパクトともに行くがいい。はあ。
Rip Bozo.
これでは蘇生は無理か。
Jedha looked at the face of a man lying down in the shadow of a collapsing house and sighed. Not only had he suffered deeper wounds and blood loss than the other corpses, but his medulla oblongata had also been destroyed. Judging from the wounds littering his body, he desperately fought out of obligation to protect that which he held dear, despite possessing no combat skills.
ヤサムール・ジェダ、脱出の準備を。もうすぐ屋敷の中に仕掛けられた残りの爆薬が引火します。
Telepathy?
分かっている。避難民はどうなった？
問題ありません。シーツエン・ジェダが追っ手をすべて撃破しました。もはやグリフィスの気配はどこにも存在しません。
そうか。
However, Jedha defied the voice echoing directly in her brain and headed toward a room further in. During the fight, she'd sensed something in this house for but the briefest of moments. Survivor?
勘が正しければ、この付近に生存者がいるはず。
Looks like me and her are of the same mind here. Furthermore, the existence of the corpse, who'd fought back with all his might just outside, added credibility to the possibility. So even though Jedha had been about to leave, she decided to search a little more carefully and entered the room. Oops. Suddenly, she crouched down to pick up something she just spotted on the floor. It was a small doll. There was a floorboard not too far from where it had been lying that was sticking up slightly. Finding it unusual, Jedha pried it open and found a small storeroom beneath the floorboard. She spotted a woman lying on the ground out there, out of the corner of her eye. The woman was protecting a baby in her arms. She was probably its mother, but the woman was bleeding heavily and had already ceased breathing. Despite that, the child seemed to be just barely alive. Jedha immediately held out her arms to save it, but then she stopped midway through. Life for people in this region was by no means easy. She wouldn't go so far as to call them poor, but it took everything they had just to provide for their families. But it would take a few years just to return to the standard of living they had before this mayhem. Jedha could easily imagine how an orphaned infant with no means to provide for itself in the aftermath would fare. They'd almost certainly live a life so harsh that death would be preferable.
それならば、母のそばで。
That was what she told herself. And so, figuring the least she could do was give it a merciful death, Jedha raised her sword. Then she thrust the tip straight toward the child's throat.
ジェダ？
リュンウォーク。この付近で生存者たちが避難した居場所はわかるか？
どうするおつもりです？
気まぐれだ。多少脚色が必要だろうがな。
Jedha took the baby from its mother's arms, then gently wiped its face, covered in blood and mud. Yeah, thanks for sparing the kid.
今はもう昔の話。この地に突然悪い鬼たちが遠い山を越えてやってきました。鬼たちは食べ物を奪い、家畜を襲い、 村人たちに悪さをして暴れ回っていました。しかし村人たちは何もできませんでした。それを守ろうとした人は殺されて、生き肝を食われてしまうからです。だから村人たちはいつも家の中に閉じこもって鬼たちから隠れて暮らすようになりました。夜だけでなく昼間も、雨の日も晴れの日も。それでも鬼たちはまるで狩りを楽しむように人家を襲い、やがて田畑から食べ物がなくなり、家の蓄えも底を尽きかけて、彼らが死を覚悟したある日のこと、村外れの沼から一人の神様が現れたのです。
Hanyu, right?
神様には鬼たちと同じように角がありました。そのため最初は村人たちも鬼がやってきたのだと思って震え上がっていました。
Wow, being OST amazing? You mean the song playing right now? Yeah, it's a pretty nice track.
でも神様が人を襲うことはありませんでした。それどころか真剣を振るい、鬼たちを次々に退治して回り、ついには彼らの王をも倒してしまったのです。その後神様は山の洞穴に避難していた村人の一人の前にやってきて、赤ん坊を差し出しながら言いました。
この子は
Oh,
我
no,
が
it's you.
魂の宿るものなり、故にこの子を育て血を絶やすことなく大切に敬え。さすれば我はお前たちを鬼たちから守り、この村は永遠に栄えるだろう。
その赤ん坊は男の子でした。村人たちは神様がこの村を救ってくれたことに心から感謝し、その言葉通り大切に自分たちの守り神の生まれ変わりとして育てることにしました。そして彼らは角の生えた神様がやってきた沼を鬼ヶ淵と名付け、神様によって守られたこの村はいつしか
Wait a
鬼
minute.
ヶ淵村と呼ばれるようになりました。
Wait a minute. So this Yusamal and... Are Yusamal and Hanyu one and the same? The legend of Onikufuchi villages or Yashiro-sama. Well, I'm intrigued. Real curious to see how this is going to play out and what we'll learn here. And if I'm right, kind of interested to know the history behind why Hanyu went under a different name during this period. There was a small pond through a forest, not far off the path that led to Yoguchi. It was originally created when one of the outflows of a mountain stream was altered by irrigation to create new rice fields, and water accumulated in the basin. Though the stream is dammed there, the water is always clear and pristine for some reason. I'm hyped, LOL. Me too! On the other hand, the bottom of the pond was as deep as darkness, and despite its immaculate appearance, there were no signs of any fish or insects living there. A very eerie pond, to say the least. Thus, it was considered inhospitable to the villagers, and not used as a daily watering hole, so hardly anyone visited it.
あれはお社様がお住まいになっている神聖な場所なのじゃ。その証拠にあれほどの清水であっても動物たちは決して口をつけようとせぬ。
Funny how in the future it ends up being a complete mud pit,
何
essentially.
人たりとも あそこに近づいてはいかん。もしも金を破れば本人だけでなく村人全員にたたりが降りかかってくるからの。
It was the pond where the demon god Orishiro-sama dwelled, hence the name Onikafuchi. Those superstitions became credible legends, and thus everyone from conservative elders to innocently curious children were indoctrinated to never go there. Thanks to that, the nearby forest was uncultivated, and the trees grew so thick that they blocked out the sun, creating a dark, eerie, and taboo atmosphere even in daytime.
以前の鬼たちの記憶も彼らにはまだ鮮明に残っているだろうからな。
I muttered that to myself as I approached the swamp and stepped forward. Next, I knelt down by the edge of the swamp and gently sank my palm on the surface of the seemingly bottomless water.
ハイリューン、エアソムール・ジェダ。ピュートスより同胞たちの査察の任を受け、この地に下されたジェダの仮名を継ぎし者。ライノス・リューンオークとの交信を求める。
認証完了。
Authentication? Seems like a really odd word to use with, what I'm assuming this is feudal era Japan.
正当なるジェダと確認。情報接続、同調を開始します。
Verified? Establishing data connection and synchronization? Again, these all seem very out of place terms and words to use for what I'm assuming is feudal era Japan here. The moment the response to that aria arrived, the surface of the water sparkled in the colors of the rainbow, and a dazzling white light engulfed my line of sight. Afterwards, the scenery transformed into an indigo-hued space, with my figure hovering in the center of it like a floating projection.
お久しぶりです、ジェダ。
Eventually, a light shined off in the dark distance. I could hear a voice echoing directly within my brain. Ryun Oak. She was an autonomous data aggregation that possessed a will of her own. To be more exact, she wasn't a living being, but a kind of super integrated circuit made up of several operators. So, she's an AI? An interdimensional transfer device developed by the Ryun clan. Lynos, also known as a control gate. She was built to control one of those, but I made my own improvements to her, and now she was in charge of governing the actions of me and my brethren who had assimilated around Onikafuchi village area. And though she had no form, she learned to simulate creature-like feelings and character through her exchanges with me, based on a huge amount of knowledge and records. So she's a self-learning AI, is what you're saying. What's going on? Why do we have why do we have sci-fi? Well, modern day for us, rather. Modern day AI technology and terminology being used in this context. What's going on here? She had the voice and tone of an innocent little girl, but she'd existed in Onikafuchi before I was even born, and was far older than me mentally. Okay, and apparently she's been around for a lot longer than what I'm assuming is feudal era Japan. I repeat, what's going on here? Therefore, she was my partner of many years, and like a friend to me. We had the same reaction. I'm assuming you and a friend of yours or something. Well, yeah, I'm confused. We're not talking like alien stuff or anything like that, are we? Are demons actually aliens in this universe or something? Don't tell me. Do not tell me if that's indeed the case. I want to find out on my own for sure here what's actually going on here. But if Hanyu and her people are aliens, I have no idea how I'm going to take that.
長い旅でしたね。大陸に渡られるとは聞いておりましたが。
Or wait, maybe this could be an Atlantis situation. Maybe the demons and maybe the demons in this setting from feudal era Japan and before then were actually just super advanced technologically speaking compared to the rest of the world. And just like Atlantis, they just disappeared from the world one day for God knows whatever reason, and their technology ended up disappearing along with them. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe demons are actually real. They're just highly technologically advanced during this time period for some freaking reason. I'm just speculating here.
ああ、長老たちと月に会うだけの予定だったが、その後の厄介事が意外に長引いてな。前に会った時からどれくらい経ったか。
この世界の時間単位で20年と16日です。
Denominations of this world. Please don't be aliens.
この地ほど季節の差がない地域を渡り歩いてきたからな。時間の感覚がまだずれているのかもしれん。
I drew my sword from the sheath at my left hip as I said that, pointing the blade sideways at the light, excuse me. The blade was densely coated in hardened black bloodstains and nicked in various places.
修復を頼む。ずいぶん無理をさせてしまったからな。
了解しました。
Right when Ryunok said that, small clusters of grains emitted from the light and flew toward me. They spread wide near my outstretched hand and engulfed the whole sword, as if grabbing it.
元通りにできそうか。
問題ありません。ただ、完全に修復するには自転周期でおよそ10単位必要です。
Do I have to get the History Channel Aliens guy on here? Do I need to get the clip?
10単位。ほぼ打ち直しに近い期間だな。
いえ、ほぼではなく実際に打ち直しです。分析したところ、刀身全体に血のりと油垢が何重にも固まって鋼の組織に結合してしまっています。この状態で通常の鳩木を行ってもあなたの相場以下の鋭利度しか回復できないでしょう。
そんなにか。
それにつば元あたりがひどくひび割れて折れる寸前です。ジェダ、歯が鈍った状態のままで戦闘を無理に続行しましたね。
よくわかったな。
もう3度目ですから。
You need to take better care of your tools. I instinctively grimaced at that back and forth you'd normally hear from a cheeky kid. I know she's worried about my health, but it's no fun when she points it out so accurately.
相当な激戦だったのだ。仕方がなかろう。歯だけでも保っておきたかったが、人間たちの砥石では脆すぎて使い物にならなかったしな。それに
グリフィスの血の汚れは水や布の類では洗い流すことができないでしたか？確か以前もあなたから同じようなことを一度言われた記憶があります。それに対して私は適切な対処法をあなたの要望でお教えしたかと思いましたが。
そうだったか？
I tried playing dumb at Ryunok's honest reminder, but I gave up on making further excuses because the biggest reason was that I slacked off. Knew it, since actually tending to the blade was a pain in the ass. Lazy bones! Since my longtime friend's a super integrated circuit, it's only natural she'd record every little thing I say and do in our time together. Stop spying on me! So I can't talk my way out of anything with her.
次からは気をつけるようにする。とりあえずよろしく頼む。
了解しました。
On that response, the sword engulfed in light dissolved into particles, turning into a fist-sized sphere that danced through space before being sucked into the source of the light.
少々心もとないかもしれませんが、修復まであなたの剣をお預かりします。ここの集落にとどまる限りは、私の目と耳、そして口も届きますので、緊急の知らせがあればすぐお伝えできるでしょう。鞘にある家電結晶を媒介に使いますから、鞘だけはなるべく携行していてください。
わかった。面倒をかけるな。
面倒ですか？剣の管理は私の役割であり、そしてあなたの支援を果たすための義務です。故に、この作業に対して消極的な思考を持つことは、私の存在意義を自ら否定するということになります。故に、
ああ、わかっている。そういう意味ではなくてな。つまり、
I smiled bitterly as I explained the meaning and intent behind my gratitude, to which Ryunok answered, I see. So far, I've taught her all sorts of meaningless ways to talk in order to kill my boredom. Teaching her slang, are you? It's the epitome of self-satisfaction, but it's proven useful for killing time in my long existence. Thanks to my efforts, she started lightly reprimanding me and asking me questions, rather than simply affirming my reports like in the old days.
思考回路および言語中枢を更新しました。以後、対応に努めます。ところでジェダ、大陸の任務はいかがでしたか？
上々とは言い難いが、一段落といったところだな。他のジェダたちと共にグリフィスの所在地を一通り確認して、危険区域にはできうる限りの予防策を打ってきた。これが機能すれば、当分グリフィスの突発的な暴走は抑止できるだろう。
Though some of that was admittedly wishful thinking. We poured our blood, sweat, and tears into establishing nigh-perfect countermeasures this time. If this doesn't work, then all our efforts and casualties will have been a total waste.
相当の激戦だったと、先ほどのお言葉にもありましたが。
ああ、転戦の連続に加えて、規模も広範囲にわたって、どこもかしこも文字通りの死闘だった。とりあえず元凶となっていたグリフィスたちは大量に処分したが、私が無事に帰還できたのは、おそらく運が良かっただけだろう。
What exactly are Griefies? Are they some of those demons that we saw you slaughter at the beginning?
あなたほどの手だれがですか？
群れの動きが異常に素早くてな。分散して行動されていれば少々厄介だった。特定地域に密集していたので、確固に撃破してなんとか片付いたが。
The ones who've been in charge of those specific areas at the start were almost all wiped out. I couldn't help but shudder at the thought of being in their shoes.
それにしても処分。今回はグリフィスの鬼化があったのですか？
Demonified. Explain.
全員な。末期症状で救いようがなかった。周辺の町村へも襲撃して深刻な被害をもたらしていた。
Okay, I'm just gonna speculate here real fast. So, I'm assuming she's referring to the demons that we saw her kill at the very beginning of this arc. They attacked nearby towns and villages and caused serious damage. They were apparently suffering from some symptoms, and the illness or affliction that they suffered from, she referred to as demonification. So, okay, let me think. Do those demons normally look like Yisamol here? But this demonification thing that they were apparently afflicted with ends up turning them into monstrous figures like what we see with ogres and other forms of yokai. Are yokai in the context of this story basically mutated whatever the hell Yisamol is exactly? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure some stuff out here. I'm just speculating, thinking aloud. I'm sure we'll get some answers here, probably sooner than I think. But I'm just confused. I have so many questions, and I bet you I have twice as many. Not trying to make it into a contest. It's just how my mind works. And well, okay, from the first few sentences of this new thing, this looks to me like I'm now getting my explanation. All I had to do was just advance forward one line, and then boom, I'd start having some questions answered. Spoke too soon, I think. Let's see. The demonification Ryun spoke of just now was a phenomenon where the body structure of berserk Griffys develops abnormally, turning them into monstrous beasts. Griffys with this condition lose all sense of reason and are driven only by destructive and murderous impulses to destroy, ravage, and kill anything in their path. Are Griffys what Yisamol is? Since they are impervious to most physical attacks and can quickly regenerate most wounds, no being from this planet can oppose such a threat. Planet. Ah, shit. Ah, god damn it. Hold on, I now gotta...
ひどいですね。
Alright, how do I get back to, exit the menu? Okay, so, you know what? I'm gonna get back to that little spot here in just a second, but yeah, I just wanted to exit the window rather than accidentally skip forward through some text, so I'll have to get back to that spot real fast in just a minute, but anyway.
All around the world, we have concise descriptions in ancient texts which say word for word that some beings came from the sky.
Tell me this is not accurate to what we're experiencing right now. Tell me this is not accurate.
Wow, you built this?
Would you go away? I'm trying to be funny.
Actually think you're the Buzz Lightyear?
Oh, all this time I thought it was an act. Hey, guys, let's look an alien! Where? Ah!
Literally me right now. Literally me. Alien. Hanyu is an alien! Demons are aliens! The people of Inamizawa have alien blood in them! They boinked green women from the sky! They boinked with them, did the horizontal hokey pokey, and procreated! Mind blown! Okay. Now that I got that out of my system, for now, let me get back to where I was. Give me just a minute.
だが力の差を見抜くガラ空きだそれこそそれじゃ気まぐれだそして
正当なお久し
この修復ずいぶん無理をさせてしまう
了解しました
Okay, right around here
問題ありま
somewhere.
せん
Just to make sure I don't screw anything up yet again.
ただいえ分析この状態でそれにつば元あたりジェダよくもう3
Da-da-da-da-da.
そうだったか次とりあえず
了解しました少々心もとないかもしれませんが修復までここの集落にとどまる鞘にある家電
分かった
面倒剣の管ゆえにこのゆえに
ああそういう意味ではなくてな
思考回路以後ところでジェダ大陸の任務
他のジェダこれが機能すれば
相当
ああとりあえず私
あなたほ
群れ分特定地域
それ今回は
周辺の町村へも襲撃して深刻な被害をもたらして
Alright, here we are. Here we are. There we go. There we go. Right where I need to be. I'm laughing too much. Well, I'd be laughing too right now, to be honest, if it wasn't such a huge bombshell, and a really wacky one at that, to be honest. Maybe I gotta give my mind some time to fully process things, and then I'll just start laughing. That's happened to me before, a few times. Okay, so since we've more or less, at least for my standards at least, have basically gotten confirmations that we're dealing with what appears to be extraterrestrials here, let's get back to the exposition, shall we? The settlements they visited right before the decisive battle on the mainland were in particular gruesome. Every man, woman, and child was found with their limbs torn, heads crushed, and guts devoured as though mauled by beasts. It was so cruel that there was no way to bury them or hold a memorial. We burned the whole settlement down as a cremation. I just realized something. Since Keiichi and Mion are indeed a couple in the Miotsukushi arcs, and they basically get together in that story. If those two end up having sex, would Keiichi end up creating a human alien monster baby with her? So on top of having what I'm assuming inheriting his wit and Mion's brain, she'd also have alien mumbo jumbo blood and possible powers too on top of that, right? Am I understanding this right? I think whatever spawn would result from that unholy union would be too much for Earth to handle. We'd create a new emperor practically overnight. A new god emperor. One that would put the one in the Warhammer universe to shame. Dear God. The implications are that this whole thing is presenting me right now. I'm sure if I take the time to really think about them, will just change so many things for me. And in ways that are both fascinating, horrifying, and bewildering. Keiichi! You're gonna have an alien baby! Okay, so I'm sorry for going off on a tangent like that, but it's just, again, this is a lot for me to process, okay? Assuming all this shit is actually canon. If it is, then, well, God help my brain. But yeah, it's a lot, okay? It's just a lot. Every last piece of that horror is conveyed to Ryonok as images via her synchronization of my memories. One screen after another opens up in this void, replaying the spectacles I witnessed.
ひどいですね。
Even though she should only be giving a pre-programmed response, there's a hint of gloom in her voice. The AIs in this time from this alien civilization are so advanced they can be gloomy! Thank God they decided to just not take us over. We'd be fucked. No, maybe that's my sentimentality talking. After all, Ryonok isn't equipped with the circuits to possess emotions beyond my input. As far as you know! Maybe her programming can evolve beyond her beyond.
大陸の連中に加え、各地から集められた他のピトゥスたちとも連携して討伐に当たったのだが、それでも半数近くがやられた。油断して不意をつかれたとはいえ、遅れを取るとは情けない話だがな。
いえ、それだけではないかと。
I also just thought of something else. Wouldn't Onikafuchi village in the story of Higurashi be the real Area 51? No, wait, no, not Area 51. No, the real Roswell. For those of you who have any passing knowledge on the whole UFO scene in real life and all that, and are familiar with Roswell, New Mexico, at least I think it was in New Mexico, where Roswell was, the whole UFO crashing thing happening in the mid-20th century and all that stuff. That was our first, if memory serves, that is the first modern instance of humanity supposedly coming in contact with aliens and all that. So, I'm just thinking, wouldn't Onikafuchi Village, in the context of this story, be the equivalent of Roswell within the universe of Higurashi, where the place was not touched by demons, but rather aliens? Again, I know I'm going on a lot of tangents here, but I mean, this revelation has given me a lot to think about, okay?
確かに過去の事例と比較しても、今回のグリフィスたちは全て凶暴性の度合いが段違いです。
I'm just gonna shut up now for a while and just talk. I'll try to shut up. No promises. Ryonok quietly stated that as she analyzed the battle footage, watching the Jedi facing off against giant Griffies, dominating and rampaging with their claws and fangs.
しかも、ただ力任せに暴れ回っていた以前とは違って、動きと攻撃内容に一定の規則性が見られます。故に、推測で申し上げると、知性を失っていない可能性が高いかと思われます。
長年の異種交配の影響かな。
Humans and aliens getting frisky.
もはや我らピトゥスとの差異がなくなりつつあるようだ。元を正せば奴らも我らが同胞、なるべく助けたいと考えていたが、今後は難しくなるだろうな。
Harder, you say. And hey, you brought up crossbreeding here, not me. Oh wait, I did first. Yeah, I thought of it first actually. So yeah, I brought it up. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me. I gave a dreary sigh after saying that. The original duty of us observers was, as the name indicated, to observe the actions of our brethren and investigate whether they were coexisting peacefully with the natives of the land. Since Griffies had a high probability of acting abnormally due to their composition, We were given the authority to give them appropriate treatment and take proper measures based on our own judgment. Therefore, executing a Griffiths was allowed as nothing less than an emergency measure to prevent disaster from spreading or for self-defense. But, for the past few decades, instead of helping my brethren, I've been sent on nothing but missions to hunt down Griffiths who've gone berserk and turned into monsters. Perhaps Executioner was a more fitting title than Observer. Also, while damages from Griffiths' rampages and demonifications have increased, their scale and threat were only growing. Maybe it would be prudent of you all to just get the population of Griffiths on Earth off the planet until you can isolate whatever pathogen is affecting all of you and cure it, and therefore avoid causing more collateral damage among the human settlements. Maybe that would be a smart thing to do. As a result, us Putis, who originally boasted an overwhelming superiority to Griffiths, now found ourselves suffering many injuries, even casualties, in our skirmishes with them.
この調子では、この世界の人間たちはグリフィスによって食い尽くされてしまうかもしれない。
So get the Griffiths off planet Earth then, and do something about this pathogen in an isolated environment from away from humans. Again, that to me seems like the logical thing to do here.
だが、各地のジェダをはじめ、この世界におけるピトゥスは数が減る一方だ。我々だけでそれをどこまで食い止められるか。
ジェダ。
新天地を求めた末、第二の故郷を滅ぼすか。移民者ではなく、これでは侵略者だな。我々竜は。
So, what happened to your original world? Did it get pulverized by an asteroid or something? Did the sun go out? Anyway, again, I at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, just take the Griffles that are among all the human settlements, because I'm assuming you all have a means of communicating with each other, right? Evacuate the ones that have not mutated into demons, get them off the planet, and then isolate them, and treat them in those isolated locations, away from humans, away from Earth, until you can do something about the pathogen. You got spaceships or something, right? Can't you just hole yourselves up in some of those for a bit? I'm really confused here. If it's canon, I won't see the series the same way again. You and me both! You and me both! Like, this is a lot. Like, this is seriously a lot for me to take in. And if it's canon on top of all that... Oh boy. Oh god. Oh man, that's gonna leave a lot for me to think about if this is actually canon. The world of my parents, the world the Ryun clan lived in, was wiped out long ago. Was it due to war, natural disasters, or disease? I was born and raised on this world, so I've got no clue. You guys don't have history books, or texts, or databases, or encyclopedias, or codexes that talk about this at all? No documentation? Given how advanced you guys all seem to be with your technology and all that, I find that really hard to believe. Anyway, the Ryun abandoned their home to escape disaster and chose to cross dimensions? So we're not talking just plain regular interstellar space travel here, but full-on dimension hopping? What? alternate universes? Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hanyu's abilities, along with Rika's by that extension, allow them to cross over into other worlds every time that they die, right? The other worlds being what we perceived up until this point to be alternate timelines. So with that in mind, am I to assume that this dimension hopping thing here is actually just that? That Hanyu and Rika are dimension hoppers, and that ability comes from an ability comes from the abilities of an alien race that Hanyu descends from. So there's a universe out there where aliens exist. Something happened to that universe. None of them apparently knows what exactly, but something happened. And so they decided to hop from their home dimension into our own. And they brought a little pathogen with them too that turns them into monstrous creatures, which we associate with yokai and ogres and other fun little creatures of the night like that. Fascinating. They accomplished this via phase transition. It even has a name. The bodies and minds of all creatures are comprised of a collection of electronic signals and subatomic particles that possess a fixed mass. In other words, information. So theoretically, it's possible to move objects by converting them to fixed charged particles, transferring them to a different world, then reconstructing the information at the destination. We're actually getting a scientific explanation as to how Hanyu and Rika's dimension hopping ability works. Dimension hopping, which I guess we should now call it, since it's not timeline hopping, or world hopping, but dimension hopping. Based on this theory, my ancestors, the Ryu clan, developed phase transition technology, which is classified as parascience in this world. But if it's based on technology, then how exactly are Hanyu and Rika able to tap into the ability? Because I have not up until this point recall them ever using like a little telecommunicator device like you'd see in Star Trek or something, or any other bit of technology to just launch themselves into other worlds. It just seems to happen of its own accord every time they die. How does this technology work? Researchers invented Linuses, devices that use said phase transition to mediate interdimensional travel to save the Ryu clan. Oh, excuse me a second. Sorry about that. Had to mute my mic so I could blow my nose. Once they were completed, the Ryu clan implemented a large-scale immigration plan, and the refugees were sent to a world in another dimension, one after another. Wait a minute. If all that gets transferred is the information, a person's memories, their thought patterns, all that stuff, but the physical body in the dimension in question remains where it is as the information is transferred to the new dimension, then that means that these Griffies have already existed in this dimension beforehand, and the only thing that really moved here are just the minds and consciences of these Griffies from an alternate dimension into our own dimension. I think if I understand this right, I mean, am I getting this right? So, aliens have always existed in this universe, it seems, but we've got people from another dimension that just came in to inhabit the bodies of these aliens who have been getting frisky with the humans and you know, not isolating themselves and dealing with a pathogen that turns them into monsters and just causing all kinds of bloodshed and chaos on top of everything else. So there is just so much shit for me to process. So much. However, according to Ryunok's records, the destruction of Ryun homeworld progressed faster than expected, sending the urgency of the immigration plan through the roof. Well, okay, so you do have documentation then of whatever happened to the old world, at least some, because apparently whatever happened to it, it happened faster than expected. Therefore, that means you've got documentation, right? And you got all this super fancy schmancy sci-fi technology. You can't just have your AI companion or just pull up a random computer terminal and just type in history of our people or whatever into a codex and just look up what happened? You can't just do that at any time? This doesn't make sense to me. What am I missing here? However, according to Ryunok's records, the destruction of the Ryun homeworld progressed faster than expected, sending the urgency of the immigration plan through the roof. It is said that the refugees, in their desperation to escape the crisis, fell into mass hysteria and lost their cool, rushing to the Linoses at once and gradually escalating the situation beyond control. And thus, in order to deal with the enormous number of people, the formerly orderly and regulated immigration plan grew sloppier and pushier. Perhaps that chaos was only inevitable in the face of a literal life and death emergency like that. A dimension-ending apocalyptic emergency? Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good thing to panic over, to be fair. However, that caused a major problem. The phase transition process actually had a defect. When transferring something to another dimension, it resists objects that exceed a fixed mass. Therefore, mass transfer of mental information pertaining to one's individuality, such as memories and personality, is possible. But physical objects such as bodies are unable to pass through the linos, creating a deviation between the information signals and the object. In short, the mind gets separated from the body. However, this risk only came to light after the majority of the Ryun clan had transferred, leaving them with no way to deal with it. Well, given it was a literal life and death situation, I guess they didn't really have any time to work out the bugs in the system, so I guess we can't really fault them for that, if nothing else. As a result, most people lost their bodies in the process of passing through the linos.
通常の生物であれば、そのまま消滅していたと思います。でも、リューンの民はその点で、位相転移に適性があったのかもしれません。
Okay, so the Ryun clan had aptitude because reasons. We're just special like that. Got it!
適性か。それはいいことよりも悪いことの方が多かったようにも思えるのだがな。
Right. Fortunately, the Ryu clan were by nature creatures whose physical and mental makeup was bonded together by high-order molecules, and possessed powerful charge and high information storage ability. So they could maintain their life source solely with mental information, such as their personality, for a fixed time after losing their bodies. I guess that would explain Hanyu's ability to move around within the story, despite not having a physical body to speak of for most of the events. I guess that possibly explains that, if nothing else. Because of that, they lost their bodies and immigrated here as what this world calls ghosts. In other words, as astral bodies.
とはいえ、いつまでも肉体を持たないままではいかなかった。
So, let me guess, they attached themselves to human hosts, right? In the case of Hanyu, Rika's body? Those astral bodies, with their intermittent molecular coupling and detachment, have a powerful ability to interfere with nearby organic matter due to their strong electrical charge. As such, if they continue to act in that state for a long period of time, they run the risk of altering their sense of self via unintentional acceleration of the various information that comprises this world. And at the same time, there was no denying the possibility that this could have negative effects on other creatures, like interfering with their genetic information and rewriting it. So is this how the Griffes were created then? Their physical attributes, at least? Thus, they decide to seek a creature of this world as a medium to possess in order to stabilize their mental information. Those creatures were humans, those who had the greatest capacity to accumulate knowledge. First, the Ryun clan would possess the bodies of human larvae who hadn't developed personalities yet. Fetuses. Fetus parasititis? Doesn't have a good ring to it. Never mind. Next, they synchronized their consciousness with the fetuses as their brain and nervous system developed, fusing with the original personality over a long period of time before eventually maturing into a single personality. In other words, assimilation. The downside was that the Ryun would lose the majority of their memories prior to the possession. We know that Hanyu had been basically present in Rika's life virtually from the very start. And I think we also know that a huge chunk of her memories were affected, that she apparently used to have, were no longer present throughout much of the time that she spent with Rika from the point that they met onward, if I remember right. So I guess what we see there with them is this process in action, where the Ryun, in this case Hanyu, ended up losing a good chunk of her memories after attaching herself to Rika. Still, it allowed them to survive and retain their original personalities, so many of them went with that option. Furthermore, the assimilated humans would inherit fragments of the Ryun's information construction ability, memory ability, and creativity from before the possession. For example, how to handle fire after erasing their fear of it, and the invention of writing as a means to store and pass down information. We see Rika from a very young age, according to flashbacks, being able to do certain types of tasks and work which Rika's mother wanted to teach Rika originally but couldn't, because Rika somehow already had that knowledge before her mother could teach it to her. And she got that information allegedly from Hanyu. And other developments, such as mathematics, to rationally improve social activities. Therefore, those abilities would blossom as they grew, and they would contribute to all sorts of fields in this world, exhibiting all kinds of knowledge and skills ahead of their time. As a result, humans came to possess a much higher cultural standard compared to other creatures, and their civilizations grew by leaps and bounds. We were superior to the Neanderthals!
初期の頃はこの規範が守られて同化も順調に進んでいたと聞く。 だが問題はその後だった。
It happened one year when assimilation activities reached their peak. A serious epidemic spread throughout this world. It is speculated that the pathogen was a mutational outbreak and may have been brought by the Ryun clan as the after effects of phase transitioning to this world. Whatever the case, human birth rates and infant survival rates dramatically decreased as a result. And so the astral bodies who'd chosen to possess them died, one after another, without fully assimilating with them. This situation caused a commotion amongst our brethren, who were searching for hosts while still in their astral form after arriving late to this world. After all, their power to maintain their individuality while in their astral bodies could only be used up, not accumulated. And if that situation continued for long, their personalities would decay and vanish. Still, it was too risky to possess fetuses and infants, who were extremely weak to the pathogen. And so with that thought, some of our brethren who wanted to increase their chances of survival as much as possible began possessing not infants, but rather children, and even those on the cusp of adolescence. Okay, so yeah, now I remember. It was around the time Rika was a small child that Hanyu first approached her. That seems consistent, what I remember. But this turned out to be the worst possible choice, with negative effects on the Ryun, as well as the humans they possessed. Let me guess. Unions of this nature of the Ryun, and basically what happened, let me guess, what happened was Ryun that chose to bond with children in adolescence ended up passing a bit too much of their own dimension hopping abilities to the human hosts, right? Hence the whole conundrum with Rika and Hanyu. In the first place, Ryun astral bodies were able to assimilate by possessing humans over a period of time as infants, when their personalities were barely formed. So if they instead ended up possessing those whose personalities had already partially formed, it would lead to conflict and rejection of the original personality. Oh, okay, that makes sense. In other words, the two personalities would fight over a single body. But we don't see that happen with Rika and Hanyu, though. So naturally, they would engage in a fierce mental struggle to drive the other one out, and the winner would be left with serious injuries. As a result, the competing personalities and individualities fell apart, their thoughts decayed, and more people appeared displaying abnormal behavior. Us Jedha called those of our brethren who possessed these problematic factors Griffies. Half-bloods. Okay, so the Griffies are the half-bloods then, so... Okay, so... Jedha are the aliens. Griffies are the half-bloods. Okay, I think I'm figuring out some of the terminologies here now. Furthermore, among Griffies with serious symptoms are those whose accelerated physical growth processes go out of control due to the effects of their genetic makeup getting mixed up during the assimilation process. Wait a minute. If this is something that can affect half-bloods in general, since the people of Hinamizawa village are descended from demons, as we understood them up until this point, why is it that not a single villager had ever mutated into a demon? That's strange, now that I think about it. The resulting brutality, strength, and overly aggressive impulses manifest as causing harm to nearby natives and brethren alike. Also, there were some of us who had been living peacefully, but turned into Griffies via the mental interference ability emanated from other Griffies. So you could just mentally transform Jedhas into Griffies. That seems rather inconvenient, to say the least. On the mainland, they're likened to monsters such as vampires and ghouls that can infect others. In other words, those who seem to turn abnormal after coming into contact with them are in fact our brethren who possess the Ryun factor within them. Furthermore, no, never mind, it's the Ryun, never mind. That's right, the Jedha thing was just a title. Furthermore, when Griffies reach terminal symptoms, they physically mutate to menacing appearance and abilities, the so-called demonification. As a result, Griffies who had gone berserk change into beasts, lose their sense of reason, and literally become demons who attack humans. The Griffies have rampaged, raged, and dominated in many different places, leading to the rise of all sorts of urban legends. Plot twist! All urban legends are because of aliens! Man-eating demons. Soul-stealing devils. Ghosts who wield mysterious strength. An alien did all of them! The birth of religions and magic in this same time period is likely related to these influences. Religion and magic? Aliens. With no physical way for the native humans to resist those berserk Griffies, all they could do was flee their onslaught. After all, while their civilization has progressed by leaps and bounds thanks to our assimilated brethren, they still couldn't make up for their brittle bodies. Apparently, there were some brave souls who formed factions dedicated to using all available arms to repel the Griffies, but those almost always end in tragedy. Human history's greatest tragedies? All done by aliens. That's all about aliens. Yeah, seems like a lot of human history and folklore and urban legends, all done by aliens. I bet you. Never mind, I thought I heard something just now. But anyway, I bet you that every time you sneeze, it's probably the fault of some alien too. This is just, in all due seriousness, this is just so much. I need a drink. I need a freaking drink. I'm gonna need all the drinks to get through all this shit. However, saviors appeared before them. Let me guess. Aliens. More aliens! Those who possessed the power to oppose the tyranny of the Griffies and strove to stabilize the world while maintaining reason. Aliens! The ones who advocated that and took up arms against them were from the Ryun clan. See? Aliens! Much like the monsters. Early immigrants who had luckily managed to arrive in this world with their original bodies intact.
あのような怪物をこの世界に生み出し、無用の悲劇を持ち込んでしまったのは、我らが龍雲の民すべての罪業であり、責任である。故に我らは、我ら自身の手で最悪の目を摘み取り、これを滅ぼす義務を果たさなければならない。
Since they hadn't lost their original bodies, they still possessed their high physical and mental capabilities even after transferring here. And so, As the enemies of the monstrified Griffys, they dubbed themselves Putus, purebloods. The Putus decided that stopping the rampage of the Griffys was their race's duty and responsibility, and thus set out to deal with the incidents caused by Griffys all across the land. And then, the 16 Putis families who played a central part in these duties were eventually called the High among our brethren. Furthermore, the Jedha, a family who possessed powerful combat abilities even amongst the other 15 families, took on the role of observers to keep an eye on Berserk Griffys and their descendants. Thanks to the Putis' efforts, Griffys who had been causing mayhem in various areas were gradually hunted down, and the natives of this world who had been on the verge of destruction regained their original peace. World peace! Brought to you by aliens. In that sense, the work of us Putis may have contributed to the preservation of this world, even if only a little. Half-ass world peace, brought to you by aliens. But even those of us with such outstanding abilities had a tragic fate.
そういえばジェダ、今回大陸には他のジェダと一緒に赴かれたと聞いておりましたが、それは以前お会いしたシーツェンジェダですか？
Excuse me. I'm laughing because this is bonkers. This is absolutely bonkers. Okay, so Shezun Jeddah, who are they? What, who, what? POV, Higurashi is only about aliens. It's starting to seem that way, isn't it?
ジェダ？
そのシーツェンがこたびの戦でやられた。
Uh-oh, fallen comrade. RIP.
彼女だけではない。今回のグリフィスとの戦闘では4名が命を落とした。これでジェダの名を継ぐ者はとうとう私を含めても数名になってしまった。
Now that's definitely no good.
大陸でもジェダの子がいたと聞きましたが、
皆流行り病で溶接したそうだ。
That's even worse.
ただでさえ肺は子を宿しにくいというのに。
If it's trouble with conception that you're all having, might I suggest you all read the Kama Sutra? I let out a dreary sigh. I didn't want to lie. The tragic fate imposed on us Putis was our extremely low birth rate. While the Ryun did indeed live rather long, they were by no means immortal. Thus, the Putis focused their efforts on the birthing and rearing of children at the same time as the execution of their mission. But successes were few and far in between. Well, given the nature of your mission, I can definitely see that being a huge hamper on your ability to have fun in the bedroom. Maybe you should just find a way to deal with the problem that involves less elbow grease, direct elbow grease from you guys specifically, so you can find ways to kink up the bedroom a little bit and have a higher birth rate as a result. If you catch my meaning, just food for thought. Again, I'm no genius by any stretch here. I'll admit I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'm just just spitballing here. I was one of those very rare exceptions. And with this previous mission, I'd finally become the last exception.
シーツェンはグリフィスの奴らに不意を打たれて駆けつけた時には一足遅かった。20年前の借りを返すつもりであったのに。
そうですか。
Now that I was saying it out loud, I felt the regret I'd nearly forgotten welling right back up. Shizen Jedha was one of my fellow observers, who'd been assigned to this region south of the island nation's capital. So, island nation being Japan, so I'm trying to remember. Tokyo didn't exist in feudal Japan, at least I don't think it did. I need to brush up on my history of feudal era Japan. Like me, she was one of the select few Ryun born in this world. So her death hit the elders just as hard. With her death, I was now the only young Putis left. In other words, the only Putis with no memories of Mother Ryun.
お察しします。シーツェンは私にとっても頼れるジェダの一人でした。
She was damn good at her job!
私以上に無口であまり親しい付き合いではなかったが、大陸から戻った後は奴の国を訪れる約束をしていた。だがまさか弔いに足を運ぶことになるとはな。
ジェダ、
すまない。少々感傷的になってしまった。疲れているだけだ。聞き流してくれ。
はい。
But though she said that, Ryun Oaks linked to my consciousness, so she can tell exactly what I'm thinking. And so she must know that this sorrow isn't based in loneliness, but a stronger sense of emptiness, as well as a sense of isolation, bordering on despair.
生ある限り必ず死ぬとはどこかの宗教家のセリフだったか。
You are correct! So sometimes, I would ponder what my death would be like as the youngest and probably final Ryun. Would I pass away sadly while reflecting on being the last one? Would I fall into a lonely eternal sleep with no one to care for me? Either way, I couldn't see any sort of light at the end of this tunnel. That's why it hurt. I wasn't scared of death, but the thought of it was so lonesome.
ジェダ？
リューンオーク、私が臨終を迎えるのは一体いつのことなのだろうな。
それは
お前には見えるか？私が最後どんな死を迎えることになるか。せめて見届ける者がいる臨終ではありたいとは思うがな。
Ryunok doesn't answer. Is it because it's not in her pre-programmed responses? Or... Either way, I don't know.
ところでリューンオーク、話は変わるが、20年前にこの村に出没した例のピトゥス、その出自は判明したか？
実は私もあなたにお伺いしたいと考えておりました。どうですか、ジェダ？
私が突き止めていたのならばお前に尋ねるはずがなかろう。ということはお前も結局わからなかったのか？
申し訳ありません。各方面のライノスとも情報共有を行ったのですが、残念ながら現時点でも有力な手がかりをつかんでおりません。
そうか。
It was about 20 years ago by this world's time's denominations. A demon with vast power arrived in Onikafuji village out of nowhere. And thanks to his influence, local Griffies, who all possessed the factor, simultaneously demonified and started attacking the villagers they coexisted with. Fortunately, my combat abilities exceeded all of theirs, so I managed to suppress them. But that didn't mean the story immediately ended happily ever after. Because the demon who caused the Griffies to demonify and led them was in fact a berserk Putus.
今までの鬼化による同胞たちの暴走は全てグリフィスの仕業だった。大陸の一件でもそれと同様だ。しかしあの事件で先導していたのは私たちと同じピトゥス。
That's interesting. I wonder why they went rogue.
一体どうしたことなのか。
わかりません。ピトスが現地の人間を襲うことなど少なくとも今までには決してなかったことです。
Putus rampages were a rare phenomenon to begin with, to say nothing of Putus demonification. Because of the fact that they transferred to this world with their bodies intact was proof of their mental stability. Well, then that would stand to reason then that their mental faculties deteriorated to the point to where they could where they could mutate into demons sometime after their arrival here, right? So that begs the question, what caused their mental states to deteriorate to where they could reach that point? And I checked with the elders, but it was very likely that they were a high. Means someone who opposed Griffies just like us suddenly went berserk and started attacking the local natives, as well as fellow Putus.
グリフィスたちが一斉に鬼化したのはおそらくピュトスの持つ強い精神干渉が影響を及ぼしたものと思われます。そのため通常の場合では体内の因子を暴走させないはずの抵抗力を持った人々も精神状態が不安定になり、適性の高いものが同調して鬼化してしまったものかと。
厄介だな。もしもそのような周囲への干渉能力を持つピテュスが他にも存在しているのだとすれば、今までの安全神話など簡単に瓦解する。苦心して築き上げた暴発への対策がその襲来で全て打ち砕かれるということだからな。
And what's more, a Putus' strength is an entirely different league than a Griffies. So when used in full force, it's easily capable of burying a settlement or two, or even an entire country. God damn. In fact, though my life wasn't in danger, if I'd arrived at this village even only a little later, my brethren and the native humans could have all been wiped out.
ピトゥスの鬼化が途上であったことも幸運だった。
If by chance he'd been fully demonified, then as a woman, even I, currently praised as the strongest Ryun, would have stood no chance of victory. Furthermore, I had the advantage the whole time thanks to the surprise attack and she's in support. But I can't help but shudder at the thought of what could have been had things been different.
現在も出元については探索中です。騒動のルフドアイから推察すればいずれか近隣のライノスの管轄にあったピトスかと。ただライノスも今や半数以上が老朽化して機能を停止しているため情報の完全把握は難しい状況です。
So if this guy's Linos stopped functioning at some point, maybe he went mad due to isolation?
構わぬ。とりあえず何か判明したら逐一欠かさずに教えてくれ。それから機能している周辺のライノスには注意を促しておくことを忘れずにな。
はい。ところでジェダの今後の予定は？
そうだな。私はしばらくこの村に滞在して動向を見守ることにしよう。例のピトゥスを打ち果たしたとはいえ、その影響と余波が完全に念のため指揮表となる金閣を水源地に散布してその反応を見ておこうと思う。
そうですね。
Ryonok's invasive answer puzzled me. After all, normally she'd never give an ambiguous response like that.
なんだ、何か問題があるのか？
いえ、ユーリタへの対応としては問題がありません。ただ、 せっかくこの地に帰ってきたのですから、少々休息をされてはいかがかと思いましたので。
休息だと？
A break? I remember that Reina was already talking about aliens in Himatsubushi Hen. Yeah, but that was just her going off her damn rocker at the time. But she was crazy as always. Well, I mean, not always. She's not always like that. I mean, if there's one thing she's always, it's just intense. But crazy? No, not always. It depends. She's gotta get pushed to that point, you know? Like gravity. Oh dear God, you're right. She did. In her paranoid hysteria, she did speculate at one point that aliens could have been a factor, didn't she? Well, how about that? It looks like that one-off little bit of paranoid thinking on her part might have had more truth to it than any of us ever realized, including her. Funny how that works. But also, to be fair, I doubt that the idea of this story arc that we're doing right now was even remotely conceived by anybody when that part of the main story was written. So I think that was indeed intended to just come off as just the paranoid machinations of her mind as she was going nuts within that segment of the story. So I don't think there was really anything more to it other than that at that time. So, yeah. But still, it's now that you got me thinking about it, it's funny to think about that retroactively, that one-off little train of thought she had in the height of her insanity turns out to have actually had more than a little nugget of truth to it after all, which is kind of funny to think about, actually.
いいなことを言う。グリフィスを打ち果たすがために生きる我らジェダを支援する役目のお前が私に使命を忘れて休めとはな。
She's not suggesting that you forget it. Just take some time off. Just take a little bit of time to get some R&R so you don't go stir crazy and burn yourself out.
どういう風の吹き回しだ？
無礼を承知で申し上げます。ジェダ、あなたは疲れています。それも心身ともに深刻なほど。故にしばらく職務を離れることを強く推奨させていただきます。
疲れなど私は。
その証拠がこれです。
Ryunok displayed various numerical diagrams and illustrations in front of me after saying that. They indicated my physical state. In particular, there was indeed an irregular disorder in my movements, and delay in judgment in the battle footage viewed earlier. Even I couldn't help but click my tongue when each and every error was pointed out to me.
最近のあなたは無理をしすぎです。ある意味では意固地になっているとも言えます。
All I need is the caffeine from green tea and I'm good. Get me some tea!
自らを守るだけならいざ知らず、共に戦う同胞を支え、襲撃を受けた人間たちをもかばおうとしています。能力の限界を超えて。私はリューンの技術によって作られ、リューンの理念によって構築されました。故にジェダ、あなたの任務に対する真摯な意識は模範的であり、あなたの行為も全く正しいものであると理解し、評価もしております。ただ、リューンの過ちではなく、この世界の先住民、人間自身の運命にまで干渉することは、責任を持つべき範囲を凌駕しているとも思われるのです。
それは、
リューンの故郷にも、この世界で神と呼ばれる存在がありました。 全ての運命を作り出し、世にあまねく万物の命を左右することができる権威と力を持ったものとされる象徴です。実際、私の記録媒体によると、かつての故郷の崩壊末期には、来たる終末の日は神の怒りによるものだと、定款の果てに運命を受け入れた者も多数いたとあります。
I wonder if the Ryuun's god looked like someone straight out of the Cthulhu mythos or something. What with them being aliens and all.
自殺願望者だ、それは。
しかし、そこでも神は絶対のものであり、それがもたらした運命は誰にも揺るがし得ないものでした。なのに、あなたはその神に挑もうとしている。そして、それが不可能であることにも、あなたは気づいている。
It's not impossible in the slightest if you're playing a JRPG.
違いますか？ジェダ、あなたの真摯さは素晴らしいと思います。ですが、もうそこまで自分を追い込む必要はないのではありませんか？あなたはジェダである前に、竜の民。この世界に新たな故郷を見出した移民の子なのです。だから、
よくもまあ、ずけずけと言ってくるものだ。随分と我らに近い存在に成長したものだな、リューンウォーク。
ジェダ。
すまない、言い過ぎた。
Even I noticed that my tone's grown pretty harsh, so I sincerely apologized. I'm not sure if Yunok understands my apology, but even so, in all my years of knowing her, she's been a valuable conversation partner, and I never wanted to treat her like an object.
お前にまで同じことを言われるとはな。
え？
Somebody else tell you to take a break before this? Was it Shazan by any chance?
なんでもない。
I shrugged instead of answering, then looked up and replied with slight jest.
休み云々はまたの機会の戦技として。疲れているのはお前の見立て通りかもしれない。今日は水浴びでもして出直すとしよう。それでいいか？
Just as long as you don't give me any angles that would get my channel nuked from orbit, I'll be happy.
わかりました。場所はいつものところですか？
ああ、あそこなら人目にもつきにくいしな。
念のためにですが、ジェダ。あの辺りは最近、隣の山から獣がいくつか移り住んできています。猛獣の類もいるそうなので、気をつけてください。
私が獣ごときに遅れを取ると？
ですね。無用の注意、失礼しました。
それでは、またな。
Hey, she apologized to us, so clearly she does understand the concept of apologies. I turned around after that answer. Light covered my vision again, and at the same time, a floaty sensation raced through me.
ジェダ、違うのでしょ？あなたがジェダを続ける理由は、むしろ。
And of course you just cut things off right there. Of course. I walked from Onikafuchi deeper into the forest on the mountainside and ended up at a slope with bare rocks. It was there that a spring turned into a mountain stream that fed the swamp, and even further was a waterfall and a small watering hole.
ここも前のままだな。
Countless trees stood tall on the slopes a bit above, and I could see what appeared to be several beast trails. However, the depths of the watering hole were in the shallow of the rocks, so with that and the roar of the waterfall, it was likely no one would notice me even if they came by. So I could kick back and relax here without having to worry about prying eyes. Yeah, except the prying eyes of instead of the prying eyes of Ryunok, who seems to be watching and recording all our each and every move, like the snoop she is. Oh wait, did I forget to read something? No. I took off the cloak I was wearing and casually hung it on a nearby tree, then returned from my astral body to my solid body. Normally, we Putis turn to our astral forms whenever we're not fighting, allowing us to evade human eyes. Wait, so that explains how Hanyu could get a physical body both in Miotsukushi Emote and Chapter 8. Because in most of the story before those respective arcs, she was exclusively in her astral body. Interesting. The ability to convert from a visible solid body into an invisible astral body is one of the special abilities the Putis obtained during the phase transition. But it doesn't just affect your visibility. When in astral form, you're freed from the limitations of this world's laws of physics, such as contact with objects and air resistance. It wasn't an ability I used frequently in times of peace, but I deliberately used it to avoid frightening the villagers of my appearance.
ただ実体でなければ水や風の感覚を楽しめないというのは不便なものだ。
True. Very true. I muttered that in my head as I stepped into the watering hole completely naked and sunk myself in. I couldn't help but smile at the comforting coolness of it. I think this should be okay. Hopefully this, at least I think. I can't read the YouTube Big Daddy's mind, so maybe I'll find out the hard way as to whether or not this is actually okay. I bathed in many rivers, ponds, and lakes, but I like this one the best. The sunlight filtering through the trees sparkled gently off the water, creating a cozy atmosphere. The air was a bit lively with the sounds of birds chirping off in the distance. Occasionally, I noticed freshwater fish moving in the shadows of the rocks. Hope you're all enjoying the peep show! And the comfort of directly bathing in the mossed waterfall spread through my whole body. The amount of water was just perfect for combing and washing my long hair. I leaned against the rocks and parted my wet bangs, while thinking back on what Ryunok had said.
あなたはその神に挑もうとしている。そしてそれが不可能であることにもあなたは気づいている。違いますか？
違わないさ。分かっているんだ。それくらいは。
I said that to myself, and sighed. The elders said the same thing when I went to say goodbye after completing my mission.
グリフィスの調査を打ち切る？正気か、長老。
Now this is interesting.
その通りだ。今後我々は特定地域を除きグリフィスたちの動向について干渉せず、彼らの問題は彼らに任せようと思う。
Interesting. So one of the Putises goes rogue, goes berserk rather, causes an outbreak of demons to occur within a specific area, and right after that, right after taking care of that problem, now you want us to just stop going after mutated Griffies altogether, and just let them deal with the problems themselves. Seems like a very interesting coincidence there.
そんな無責任であろう。現状の先住民たち、人間の力では鬼化したグリフィスに立ち向かうのは不可能だ。 再びこの世界を滅亡の危機に陥れるというのか。
それを我らのみで食い止めることにもはや限界が来ているのだ。
I looked over at the row of other putas standing there and instinctively shut my mouth. Nearly all of them had suffered injuries, be they light or severe. I myself got wounded in the right arm, and my shoulder hadn't fully regained sensation yet.
エアソムール、生まれながらにジェダの両親の血を引き、類いまれなる格闘洗脳力を持つそなたは、まさに最強の竜と言っても過言ではないだろう。だが、そなたと違って我らは皆老いて衰えた。力、
それは。
それに我らはもう疲れたのだ。我が娘は千年病にかかって命を落とし、そなたと同じジェダの娘シーツェンジェダもこの度の戦で死んだ。そんな今となってはそなた以外に役目を継いで果たす者は他におらん。
Gonna turn me into a one-woman army, are ya? Well, screw all you people! I didn't need your help anyway. I am the best!
それを思うと、ピュトゥスはもうここで滅ぶのが運命なのかもしれぬ。当初は先住民たちを救う神としてその使命を自らに課してきた我らだが、その考え方自身傲慢で僭越なものであったのであろう。
Saving the lives of innocents doesn't require you to think of yourselves as gods, you know. I think that in itself is a very arrogant way of thinking. Enraged, I pressed the elders. There was no way in hell I could accept that mindset that went beyond passive into pessimism, or rather, downright resignation.
グリフィスがもたらした最悪は元を正せば我らがこの地に持ち込んだ害毒であろう。
Very true. We the aliens are indeed at fault for this.
そして我らハイリューンを名乗る者はリューンの民とこの世界の人間たちの融和と安寧を図るのがその役目と義務であったはず。その教えを保護にするなど私にはできない。やっていいはずがない。
エアソムールよ、それは我らの無知と無力がもたらした罪だ。たとえ蔑まれようとも我らが生涯背負い、そしてその罰として惨めに滅びてゆこう。
Fine, resign in disgrace. I'll take all the glory for myself and then I'll piss on your graves when you're all dead.
だがそなたは違う。そなたはこの世界にて生まれた竜。いわばこの世界のもの。そなたまでが我ら滅びゆく者と運命を共にする義務はどこにもない。今後どれだけ力を尽くしてもグリフィスの完全排除は難しい。いや、不可能だろう。
Well, if he wants to get rid of any and all ethical and moral concerns and getting rid of the issue, you could just start hunting them down indiscriminately. It's just, I mean, I wouldn't do it because, you know, that would go against my moral code on a multitude of levels, but I'm just saying it is an option. But if you do seriously entertain it, though, I will have to snap your neck.
なぜなら、今までの事例では、同化の際に生じた拒絶反応と混乱が原因だった。 しかし今回の一件はよりしろの人格自身がそれを望んでその衝動に従っている傾向がうかがえる。
よりしろ、つまり元々の人間たちに備わっていた人格の意志がそうさせていると。
Oh, I see now. You're the ones that are invading. You're the ones that decided to occupy this space without our knowledge, without our consent. You bring a pathogen with you to boot that causes you to mutate into walking monstrosities that give us nightmare fuel throughout the ages, literally in this case. But it's our fault because we ourselves, the humans, willingly caused all this to happen, right? Right? Sounds like victim blaming if you ask me. Jerk.
言うなれば破壊願望、よりしろ自身が持つ劣等感が生み出した敗退意識と申し上げてもいいかもしれん。
Inferiority complex? How do you know that they have inferiority complexes? They probably could have been raging narcissists for all you know.
つまりデューンの存在の有無にかかわらず彼らは強行を企み引き起こす要素を持っていた。故にデューンの責任ではないということではない。
Oh yeah, poor Keiichi. Poor Keiichi.
違う。
Their wish was not for power. It was power that brought upon those wishes and turned into violence. Then as immigrants to this world, isn't our minimum obligation to take up the role of sealing that power?
エアソムール、そなたもいつか気づくはず。いや、ひょっとしたら気づいているのかもしれんな。我らはこの世界においては神に最も近しき存在だが神にはなれぬのだ。故に彼ら人間と同じく運命に従うのみで運命を作り出すことなど決してできないこと。
I think the entire main cast of the main story would like to have a word with you, good sir.
そんなことはない。
エアソムール、どこへ行く？まだ話は。
I ignored the elders and ran out of the settlement. I felt like I'd go crazy if I heard another word. Just what am I? An alien? I'm not acknowledged as one who fulfills the Ryuun's obligations, nor am I allowed to bear the Ryuun's sins. On the other hand, I'm by no means a god, nor a human of this world. That's right, you're an alien. And no matter how many people I try to be, I can never be them. So what in the world am I? I stood alone in a vast patch of land and looked up at the twinkling stars. Even the countless stars floating in that pitch-black void were asserting their existence through those faint glitters. And yet, I just had what I believed to be my reason for existence taken from me by my very own Ryuun comrades. What do? Continue being Jedha? Even if it means ending up alone? Yeah, why not? We can solo this. Or will I? I scooped up water over and over, and cooled the heat building in my eyes. Then I suddenly looked at the water's surface, and grimaced when I saw my face there.
この綱がなかったなら
I knew complaint wouldn't change a thing, but I said it anyway. If only I didn't have these horns, then I would likely look just the same as the humans of this world, and could probably live a normal life just as the elders suggested. My power was easy enough to hide, and with Ryunok's help, I could probably become fluent in the humans' tongue. But these horns? There would be no excusing these horns on my head, seen all over the world as symbolic of the demons and devils they fear so much. To Ryun, it's just an ordinary part of our body. But in this world, it's a huge chasm that stood in the way. You could always wear a hat. Right then, I heard a rustling of leaves, clearly not caused by wind from the mountain slope above me. It echoed on and off, mixed with the occasional sound of footsteps stomping on the ground. An intruder!
獣かいやこれは人間のものだな
I strained my ears to uncover the source of the sound. On instinct, I fumbled to draw the sword I placed leaning against the rocks. But the lightness of the sheath reminded me that I'd left it behind for restoration. Well, we got our claws. We can just poke out their eyes or something, I'm sure. Especially if they are witnessing things that should not be witnessed. If you catch my meaning. I leaned slightly over the rocks and peered into the forest. But unfortunately, whoever was behind this was in a blind spot, and the sound indicated they were seemingly moving away from me.
山菜か薬草取りか
Now that I thought about it, there were several plants in this area that could be used as food and medicine. However, since these were in the backwoods far from the human village, all sorts of beasts tend to live here, making it very dangerous for humans. So this was yet another place humans very rarely visited, albeit for different reasons than Onikafuchi.
まあいいやり過ごせばすぐに立ち去るだろう
I sunk into the water again. Honestly, my heart was tired now, so I had no interest in hiding and watching them. However, I bet they're interested in watching me, right? I sensed a clearly different presence from the one I've been monitoring up until now. No, never mind, we just got a different presence. It has sinister malice and bloodlust to it. This one was a beast, no doubt about it. And those impulses were clearly focused on one point. So your name's Riku, eh? I finally heard a voice choked with fear and shock, as if to indicate just that. He really was a human. And a man. A young adult at most. The beast was unmistakably after him, and didn't take much thought to imagine he'd be killed at this rate.
最近のあなたは無理をしすぎです。ある意味では意固地になっているとも言えます。自らを守るだけならいざ知らず、共に戦う同胞を支え、襲撃を受けた人間たちをもかばおうとしています。能力の限界を超えて。
おせっかい者か。
Indeed we are. So let's meddle away. Although I would recommend putting on some pants first. And since you're a lady, maybe something over your chest too while you're at it. I recalled what Ryunok said. As long as the foe wasn't a Griffey's, I had no obligation to save him. There shouldn't be anything wrong with abandoning him. I disagree. But as soon as I heard his scream, I got out of the watering hole and light-footedly leapt over the rocks, running up the mountain slope in a flash. There I found a young human man, just as I deduced, and a bear twice my size. Ooh, a bear! The giant bear stopped and looked my way when I suddenly appeared. The distance between them was so short that the young man's head would have been flying through the air if it had been even a second late. I looked over my shoulder as I stood in front of the young man collapsed on the ground in fear, gave him that order, and then faced off against the bear. The bear changed the target of its hunt to me, and once it rose its arms, I immediately kicked the tree next to me and charged at it. I ducked under a blow strong enough to mow down a tree, and shoved my palm right at the bear's throat. And as I heard its chilling roar right in my ear, I wrapped my right arm around its crooked neck and elbowed it directly in the forehead of my free left arm. The large bear swayed, seemingly disoriented from the violent impact. The already brittle gravel and pebble footing collapsed under that force, and the bear dragged me down as we rolled down the slope. Even as we became entangled and intertwined, the bear exposed its fangs and tried to bite my throat. I kicked the ground to reduce the speed of my fall, stopped, and then thrust the charging bear away from my hands while still kneeling. That crushing sense of weight passed through its limbs, causing its joints to scream. A moment later, I waited until the bear swung its arms up to attack again, lunged at its chest, and tightened its shoulder. Then, as its huge body lumbered around to catch its center of gravity, I threw it right off the cliff with me. We fell right into the waterfall basin with a booming splash, water scattering everywhere. The young man remained frozen on the ground for a while, after that battle which had only lasted a few minutes. But he came to his senses and awkwardly descended the slope. Then, when he saw the vast amount of blood rising from the waterfall basin, he momentarily forgot himself and dove right in. After a short while, the giant body of the bear floated face down on the surface of the water. That poor bear. It just wanted to eat! And it got eaten! Not literally in this case, but you know what I mean. The hunter became the hunted. Poor bear. It's really unfortunate, it meeting such a grisly fate. But there was no sign of the one who'd risked her life to save him.
Masaka.
Had she sunk to the bottom of the basin? Once he realized that, the man frantically ran to the water to try to save his own savior, making splashes as he did. She probably just went astral, if I had to guess. Just then. Never mind, spoke too soon. I slipped past the bear's body and ascended to the surface. rising to the banks of the marsh. Long, sharp claws were sticking out of my hands. My eyes, visible through my sopping bangs, were dyed scarlet.
大丈夫ですか？
それは私のセリフだ。そなたこそ大事はないか？
The young man running over to me blushed and nodded in response. It had been a long time since I spoke to the locals here, but it seems my words got through to him based on his reaction. No, he's just staring at your goods. If I had to guess, going by the blushing. And once I sensed from the young man's expression he was indeed unhurt, I smiled faintly, retracted my claws, then turned over the corpse of the bear floating in the water inside.
気に入った水場だったが、当分は使えそうにないな。あのクマの体、どう運び出すか。ああ、念のために言っておくが、ここでのことは他言無用だぞ。
You say a word to anybody and I'll eat you!
命を拾ったことを幸いに思って、早急に立ち去るがよい。
はい。
When I looked back at the young man and observed his reaction, something fell off. Might I suggest you look at your own reflection in the water, if you want to find out the answer as to why? I could have understood if he was afraid of me for killing a bear, or if his brain had stopped thinking in the face of this unexpected turn of events. But neither was the case for this young man. Oh, come on. Use process of elimination. You can do it. You can figure out what the issue is. I believe in you. Instead, he was blushing and seemed embarrassed about something.
Oh, so.
I clapped in understanding. Now that I thought about it, I'd taken off my clothes before entering the watering hole. So at the moment I was... Whoa, wait a goddamn minute. I didn't notice because how quickly I'd run to his rescue, but I wasn't wearing any clothes. Which meant I was currently gracing this mere mortal with the presence of his divinely nude savior. Yes. Naked! I let out a scream the likes of which I'd rarely made before, and hurriedly sunk back into the watering hole. When he saw that, the young man came to his senses as though he'd been freed of paralysis, and quickly turned around. You mean he got himself unstiff? Wink wink. How careless. How disgraceful.
私は見てませんから。もう全然。実は目が悪いので、あなたの裸は全く見えませんでした。
Okay, I believe you.
裸だって分かっているだろうが。
Now, Yusumal, you should give the poor gentleman the benefit of the doubt. He saw me! He saw every last bit of me from top to bottom! And when I was naked, of all times, had ever seen since I took up the sword as a child? Wow, he really is lucky. And it was by a human man of this world of all things? Well, I think we've already accomplished step 1 of Ryu and human interrelations.
正直に申すがよい。貴様、どこまで見た？
いえ、全然見てません。ちらっと全身見えただけです。
So, pretty much everything. He may have been trying his best to play it off, but it only had the opposite effect, stoking my shame and rage. Run, boy, run! Then, did that mean this man said that on purpose? He is a neck spare for sure. Yeah, I'm really starting to agree with that notion. Poor bastard. Well, I mean, hey, at least he will possibly see something magnificent right before he dies. So I guess there's that. Oh, that is it. Something in my brain snapped, and my boiling thoughts rapidly cooled down. That's right. This man said it on purpose. And he was remembering everything he'd just seen, and was loving every goddamn second of it. I know I was. Am, rather. For the love of all that is holy, I can kill him, right? This is a death sentence, you impudent son of a bitch!
You, come on!
It was nice knowing you, son. I felt shame too, of course. At the very least, it was nothing short of humiliating to have all my private areas exposed to the world. And not to my brethren, but to a human, the most intelligent of beings in this world. You know, out of context, I gotta say, that's quite the compliment to give him, all things considered.
最後に何か言いたいことがあるか?
Be gentle?
とりあえず
とりあえず
ごちそうさまでした。
Oh my god, the balls on this guy! I like you. I like you. Too bad you're about to die, but damn if I don't like you anyway.
沈め!
I grabbed him by the neck and chucked him right into the marsh. For a second, I thought neck said dick. The young man vanished into the waterfall basin of a giant pillar of water. Goodbye, Riku-sama. I knew absolutely nothing about you other than the fact that you are highly cultured and you could appreciate something beautiful when it's right in front of you. Enjoy the afterlife, good sir.
ほら、しっかりせんか.
He is crazy. I like him so much now. I like him too.
たく.
He lives! Or maybe he's a ghost! I dragged the young man out of the waterfall basin, laid him on the rocky banks of the marsh, and slapped his cheeks. Are you still naked? But his eyes didn't open, and all I got in return was a truly pathetic groan.
まったく軟弱なものだ。いくら人間とはいえ、あの程度で気絶するとはな。
Need I remind you that you're a dimension-hopping extraterrestrial?
いえ、それはジェダンがやりすぎかと。
Ryunok talked directly to my brain via the crystal on my sheath. For a moment, I could have sworn I've heard a hint of exasperation in her voice. It probably wasn't my imagination.
この世界の人間と比べればあなたの腕力は数千倍であることをもうお忘れですか？
Thank you.
当たりどころが悪ければ助けた意味が無意味に変わるところでした。
だから手加減したぞ。軽く撫でてやっただけだ。
Note to self. In Ryun culture, a light pat is the equivalent of being thrown. Duly noted.
沈めの掛け声には渾身の力がこもっていたように感じられましたが。
Well, maybe the water helped decrease the poor gentleman's velocity to the point to where, by the time he impacted the very bottom, he was able to survive. You know, just simple physics. I don't know, I'm just speculating here. I'm no scientist. I put my clothes back on while feeling discouraged. Ah, so you were still naked. Thanks to that, I again remembered how I'd been naked until just a moment ago, sending a flash of shame through me. Shame. Shame!
竜王君、この者の記憶を消すことは可能か？
Well, if Ryuno can't do it, I'm sure you could always just knock his head around a little bit.
かなり乱暴な措置になりますが不可能ではありません。そして私にはあなたのその選択を止める権限はありません。ただこの人間はどう考えても意図的にあなたに危害を加えたわけではなく、むしろあなたの過失による被害者です。それでもですか？
Ryuno's got a point. You flaunting your chess memories around is indeed a blunder on your part. It's not his fault that you decided to grace his poor optical eyeballs with those, which he at least was thankful for.
要するにやめろということだな。
I clicked my tongue at her roundabout way of putting it. But since Ryunok couldn't define me, it was only natural for her to speak that way. Though I didn't feel like forcing her to do something she'd advised against either. However,
さすがに私にも道徳くらいはある。
You've got morals, and he got to see a naked lady. Ever since they came to this land, the Ryun made a self-imposed oath not to engage in unnecessary killing. It was a reprimand to keep us, with our overwhelmingly superior strength compared to humans, from becoming arrogant and haughty. Of course, you could express yourself by using that power. However, it was painful to see the violence and folly that lay at the end of that path. Not to mention, if we let that pass, we'd be making the same mistake as the Griffies, who committed crimes and were executed by us. It's true that my dignity took a serious blow when this human saw me naked, but in my head, I understood that I'd be slighting my pride if I made the foolish choice here. In my head, anyway.
仕方ない。治療のためにこの者をそちらへ連れて行く。構わないか？
その必要はありません。見たところ軽い脳震盪のようですから、間もなく目を覚ますものかと。
Define light.
そうか。いった。
I suddenly felt a slight pain in my foot and looked down. The top of my foot had been pierced by a broken tree branch and was bleeding. Riku! Kiss the lady's foot! Make the boo-boo feel better!
あの時か。
I kicked the ground rather hard when I was rolling down the slope of that bear, but completely forgot I was barefoot. Come to think of it, I felt some prickling pain all over my skin. Must be scrapes from the fall. Fortunately, none of them were serious, but since it had been a long time since something originating from this world had hurt me, I felt slight surprise and a fresh feeling.
ジェダ、どうしました？
ああ、ちょっとヘマをやってな。傷を負ってしまったようだ。
Ryunok is the voice of reason, thanks to her. Well, somebody has to be.
わかりました。
Meanwhile, here I am being the voice of conflict.
すぐに薬の準備を。
ああ、大したことはない。この程度なら手持ちの公約でなんとかなるだろう。
Ointment? Figuring I'd stop the bleeding for now, I sunk my foot in the watering hole and wiped off the filth. I felt a slight sting from the cold water, but it quickly ebbed away.
あ、そうだ。
I found myself at a loss after remembering something a bit problematic. A wound like this itself wasn't a problem at all. But I couldn't change into my astral body when I had external injuries. Now that's a very oddly specific and strange limitation. Transformation from a solid body to astral body was made possible by loosening the bonds of the high order molecules that comprise our bodies. However, an injury disrupts the structure of that part of the body, leaving you unable to transform back into a solid body. Or so Ryunok said. I don't know. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, honestly. Meaning that at this rate, I wouldn't be able to shift to my invisible astral body and return to Onikafuchi.
いかがいたしましょう。必要であれば人目を避ける経路へ誘導しますが。
いや、いい。今は戦闘時でもないしな。とりあえず夜が更けるまで待つとしよう。
After turning down Ryunok's proposal, I looked up and watched the sky turn red. In this season, it probably wouldn't take much time for night to come. Just then... Welcome back to the land of living, my fellow men of culture. I turned around when I heard a groan clearer than the last, coming from behind me. I saw the young man grab his head, grimace, and get up.
あれ、ここは。
目を覚ましたか。気分はどうだ？
え？
The young man noticed my presence and turned to me after hearing my voice. I haughtily looked down on him with a blank expression, trying to hide my shame at having been seen naked.
あなたは。
それ以上は聞かぬがよい。長生きがしたいのならばな。
え？
Better my life being cut short than my dick, I guess. And finally, the young man's eyes widened in surprise when he took a good look at my face. Realizing what that reaction signified, I gave a faint, bitter smile.
この角か。
Those two horns, a physical trait of the Ryud clan and the Putus. They're just something we're born with, so we don't particularly take pride in them. But humans tend to detest those with horns on their heads. They've always feared me and called me all sorts of names, such as demon, devil, monster. It doesn't feel good, but I'm used to this reaction by now. And now that he's seen my horns, the young man probably understood he was face to face with a demon. I could have played the part, but I didn't want to be considered a demon after saving his life, so instead I urged him in a dignified tone.
我はそなたらの言うところのお社様、すなわち神の存在なり、故にここで見たことは他言無用。もっとも誰かに話したところで 夢夢信じないとは思うがな。
Well, I guess we can possibly take this as more or less being confirmation that Yisamal and Hanyu are indeed the same person right here. Maybe. I heard the young man gulp slightly. As expected, it seems to have had quite the effect on him. Between the power I used to slaughter the bear, and him being a firm believer of the Yoshiro-sama faith.
もしも村の誰かにこのことを打ち明ければ、お前と家族の身にそれ相応の最悪が下されるであろう。お前がやるべきことは、すべてを忘れて住処に帰り、私と出会う前の記憶のまま明日を迎えること。良いか？
I always left those words behind when someone was unfortunate enough to spot me. There was actually no downside to them seeing me. The most that would happen would be my dwelling bursting with people who'd heard the rumors and come to confirm them for themselves. However, rumors of a demon sighting would also lead to unnecessary fear from the residents of the settlement. So I would take advantage of the villagers' fears of demons to silence them like this. However... The look on the young man's face struck me as odd. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say, boy? Make me laugh, whatever it is. His face was frozen and expressionless, but I sensed no fear in it. In fact, he was actually blushing while his gaze swam in bewilderment. Undrying the goddess with your eyes, are you, boy? I see what you're doing.
とりあえず誓え。ここでの出来事はすぐに忘れるか、死ぬまでお前の胸の中にしまい続けるか。さすれば命までは取ろうとは思わぬ。
はい。
I could tell whether he was lying or not by the look in his eyes. At the very least, it seemed I could trust him.
ならば用は済んだ。さっさと立ち去るがいい。
はい。このフルで陸、天地神明に誓います。あれほどに美しいもの、むやみやたらに人に語ってよいものではありません。というか、もったいなくて絶対に語りたくありません。
I would say this boy is a natural-born lady killer, but at the rate he's going to end up being the one killed by the lady.
故に永遠に忘れることなく、死ぬまで私の記憶の中に留め置きましょう。
そっちか
Maybe he's a teenager or something, and he's filled to the brim with hormones, and he's just a horn dog. Maybe that's why he just doesn't care. I have no idea. Riku seems to doesn't care. No, he doesn't. And I mean, like I said, I gotta admire the brass balls on this boy, if nothing else. And here is the god one or good one. Not quite sure what you mean there. I fell flat on my face just as I was turning to leave. No, your beautiful face! At the same time, the dignified mask I'd been mustering all my effort to maintain fell apart, and I grabbed the young man by the lapels and dragged him close, while my face flushed scarlet, from either blood or, well, blood. Blood from your face leaking blood, or blood from under the skin. Whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. I think.
あのことは忘れよ。 今すぐにきれいさっぱり。よいな。
いや、それは無理です。見たのは事実でしたから。
無理でも事実でも何でも忘れろ。さもなければ貴様は家族ともどもたたりに苛まれようぞ。
たたりは困りますが、すいません。いや、目を閉じるとまぶたの裏側にくっきりと焼き付いて離れてくれません。
I did suggest that you could try knocking his noggin around a little bit. That option's still on the table, you know. Just saying.
ふざけるな。
I'm sure he would like to if you'd let him.
だったらその目をえぐり取るぞ。ああ、
ジェダ、いけません。
Ryonok clearly asked me to stop this time, with rare panic in her tone. Her voice brought me back to my senses, and I retracted the claws I was about to threaten him with.
何をやっているのだ。
You're trying in vain to get a poor young boy to unsee the unseeable. Even I was surprised by that uncharacteristic reaction of mine. It's true that I was embarrassed that he'd seen me naked. Even so, as far as I could remember, I'd never gotten this emotional with someone before. Much less a human. No. What struck me out more was the odd sense of incongruency. Oh, he is the promised one? Is that what you meant? Okay. Yeah. He's the chosen one. Maybe. Chosen of what? I don't know. I don't know yet, but maybe chosen something. Suspicious, I studied the young man's face. He was sweaty from panic and embarrassment, yet his eyes held no fear. It wasn't the sort of composure that came from a difference in strength or experience. No, it was something gentler and more open-minded than that. Well, careful, boy. Don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out.
お前、怖くないのか。
はい。
見えているのだろ。この角が。
ああ、そういえば。
そういえばって。
I went right past rage and straight into astonishment. Normally, one's eyes would be drawn right to them. But his weren't. Well, I mean, considering everything else you had shown him right when you rescued him, I probably would be, I undoubtedly would have been looking at everything else too.
ならば、今一度聞く。貴様、この角を見ても恐れを感じぬか。
なぜですか？
なぜって、だからその。
His response was so unexpected that I was the one left speechless instead. No way. This is the first time I'd ever been asked why they'd be considered threatening.
貴様も見ていたな。私は貴様が恐れるクマすら一撃でほふる力を持つものだ。その気になれば貴様の命をここでたやすく奪うこともできるのだぞ。
あ、そうか。
そうかじゃないだろう。
I like how he's just so distracted by her body that literally everything else that she's inquiring with him about is just a complete afterthought to him. Although to be fair, she does have a nice ass.
いえ、すいません。先ほど見た光景があまりにも短美でありましたので、そのようなことをすっかり忘れておりました。
Read you like an open book. Clearly, you and I are more alike than I gave you credit for.
笑うな。
Birds of a feather flock together, so they say.
つうかそれはさっさと忘れると言ったであろう。
We go from alien stuff to that. Well, I mean, hey. Clearly the alien-human relations and the half-bloods came into existence somehow, right? Maybe we're actually seeing something like that in action right now, where we're just witnessing the courting stage.
いやだからそれは無理だと。
忘れぬのならばその命をもらい受けるぞ。
わかりました。
Oh, I see. So it goes like a praying mantis's mating cycle, where at the end of reproduction, the female mantis eats the head of the male mantis and kills it. So note to self: Ryun reproduction habits mimic those of the praying mantis. Got it.
人生の最後にあのような美しいものを見ていけるのであれば本望です。
Well, if I was gonna die and I had a choice on how I'd like to go out, I guess that is certainly not a bad option to consider if it were up to me. To be fair.
でもできるのならもう一度しっかりとこの目で。
Fucking hell! I was literally thinking the same damn thing. Like, okay, if I'm screwed no matter what would I say in this position? And he's literally just saying everything I would say. What the hell? Dear God, this guy is me.
見せるか。
Okay, maybe not. But, I mean, if I had no shame whatsoever. But I certainly would be thinking it. I can guarantee you that. I would be thinking it. Without question. Oh, whoops. I raised my voice and shouted. As the bewilderment I felt grew bigger and bigger. And for some reason, my face had been feeling abnormally warm for a while now. My heart was beating to the point of suffocation for seemingly no reason at all, and my words were occasionally slurred. Slurred? Are you getting drunk from embarrassment and astonishment?
なんなんだこいつは。
He was far too shameless. Rather, his uninhibited attitude could be seen as bold in a sense. He's boldly shameless! Humans should had occasionally seen me up until now, but all of them were scared, shivered, and simply brought their heads to the ground, begging desperately for their lives to be spared. Meanwhile, here's this brave son of a bitch asking to get for you to kill him while getting tongue twisted again. And here's this brave son of a bitch asking to get one last view of the goods before you kill him, if you end up killing him anyway. Say what you will about him, but if nothing else, I guess in a way he's definitely got his priorities straight, if nothing else. If you ask me. Of course, I didn't see this young man as any kind of threat. Meanwhile, he sees you as a lust object. If we fought right here and now, I'd have his head torn from his shoulders in a single blow, no doubt about it. So why wasn't he scared of me?
貴様、何者だ。
あ、自己紹介をしておりませんでした。
Isn't it obvious? He's a man of culture.
私はフルデリク。この村の神社にて祭事を取り仕切る宮司の息子です。
Ferudi? As in the Ferudi family, one of the three head families of Onikafuchi Village and Hinamizawa Village, right? That Furuti family? That one? That one? Well, I think we just confirmed one thing without beyond a shadow of a doubt here. This boy and this girl are very, very, very much indeed going to do the nasty at some point. Because if they don't, then Rika will not be born. Eventually. Grab your popcorn, ladies and gents.
フルデ神社。
The words brought back memories, along with a bit of understanding. Whew. Well, all joking aside, guess we're going to actually see the birth of Rika's family as we've known it up until now in this story, which I guess is not surprising in the slightest, since this whole thing is basically just a giant prequel to the series, but still. Very interested to see how this relationship that we seem to be witnessing the birth of will end up forming proper. Very interesting indeed. Apparently, hon, you like some shameless. Okay. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back in just a minute, so hold on. What the hell? Did I hit the wrong damned button? Why did it go to the talking page? It should have gone to the be right back page. What the hell's wrong with this thing? It's weird. Well, weird technical little mishap aside, I'm back. If I remember right, there was a small shrine in the mountains that the villagers evacuated to 20 years ago. It was then that the chief priest hailed me as Orishiro-sama. In other words, the god who descended upon the village and slayed the demons. Which meant he had been born into the family of my retainers. And thus perhaps he held some composure when it came to the awe of Orishiro-sama. But still felt strange. This Riku Furuti had screamed when confronted by that bear. What I'm pretty sure most people would scream when confronted by a bear. which meant he knew what fear was. Oh, okay. Then why is it he wasn't afraid of me, the one who slaughtered that beast? Where did his composure come from? If I had to guess, probably from you wiggling your ass in front of him while you were fighting that bear.
あまりとぼけていると本気で殺すぞ。私にはそれができる力があるのだからな。
ええ、分かっています。でもどうしてかな。そうならないと勝手に安心しきって本気であなたを怖いとは思えないのです。
Well, to be fair, I'd probably be less afraid of something if it wiggled its cute ass in front of my face too. This is going to be amazing. Yep. Well, if nothing else, this arc has definitely been amazing from a lore standpoint, if nothing else, if only because of how fucking bonkers it is, but in comparison to the rest of the series, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a very interesting ride from start to finish, if nothing else. There'll be rarely a dull moment indeed with this thing.
貴様の考えなど聞いておらん。大体。
それに命の恩人のあなたが私そう考えるのは変でしょうか。
Buddy, she just threw you down a water hole! Head first! I just didn't get it. It made no sense. There was no lie or bluff on his face. He clearly believed what he said from the bottom of his heart. So he's delusional! That concussion that you gave him when you tossed him down there clearly scrambled his brains. Do you trust a total stranger like me so much because he was soft? No! You gave him brain damage! Or was he just an idiot? He's an idiot because you gave him brain damage!
それで
A respectable idiot, but an idiot all the same. Oh dear God, that means that considering how well I can read them, does that make me an idiot too? Now there's an existential question I really gotta ponder for later. Am I also an idiot? Huh. Wait, I already know the answer to this question. Yes! Obviously yes!
あなたのお名前は何と申しますか。
あのな。
I clung to my head. His seemingly bottomless insolence was giving me a headache. Humans had asked me questions for decades. No, perhaps even centuries. But never had one asked for my name before. But more importantly, why would he even think of doing that now? How the hell was this guy's brain wired? Well, why don't you find out?
ひょっとして
なんだ。
Are we all idiot? Well, if everybody here is indeed an idiot, then it's like I just said a little bit ago. Birds of a feather flock together.
お名前がないのですか。
There's a single brain cell among each and every one of us. And we all take turns using it.
でしたら。
ある！バカにするな！
Then I loudly cleared my throat and stated my name.
私はハイリューン、エアストムール・ジェダ。この地にてジェダを担う者。
He's so confused. I felt somewhat embarrassed. This was the first time I'd formally named myself to anyone, including fellow Putus. After all, Ever since I was born into this world, I'd grown up surrounded by people who knew me. So there was no need to name myself, nor for anyone to call my name. Pretty much the only times I said it were when chanting the formal prayer, while executing Griffies.
どうした？
いえ、すいません。よく聞き取れなかったので、もう一度お願いできますか？
はあ？
Honestly, I was irritated. Well, it's your fault for giving him brain damage. But when I considered he might have had trouble hearing it due to my slightly awkward enunciation, I said it again.
わかったか？
はい入いえイエッサーホイサーってのは掛け声ですか？
Hanyu. Hanyu? Is this how we get the name Hanyu?
己の耳は飾り物か？
Well, are your horns just for decoration too? Just as I was getting pissed and starting to yell, it finally hit me. I remembered hearing somewhere before that my name was difficult for the humans of this world to make out. Maybe you should stop speaking in alien tongues. In other words, they can't pronounce or hear it right because it's hard to convert into their language.
だったら何のために名乗ったのだ私は。
I felt like tearing out my hair at the buffoonery I was being subjected to. And yet, it was strange. Even though this tone-deaf conversation had been pissing me off to no end, I didn't feel like leaving. Ah, so you like having drama in your life, do you? You're one of those ladies, are you? And yet, what was this indescribable throbbing in my chest? Though I grimaced at how annoying it was, I repeated my name several times after that at the young man's request. But, as I feared, I couldn't get the pronunciation across to him. Just as I was finally getting tired of it and was about to leave.
あ、そうだ。それなら私があなたの呼びやすい名前をつけてあげましょうか。
はあ？何を言い出すんだお前は。
実はちょっとした自慢なのですが、私が名付けた相手は長生きすると村の人たちの間ではなかなかの評判なのです。
Oh boy. Well, given what we know with the rest of the series, that's ironic to say the least.
この前も与兵さんの家で生まれたばかりの子牛に名を送ってあげましたので。
家畜と一緒にするな。
Well, I mean, you do have horns on your head. I mean, maybe you could join the goats. He really was making fun of me, wasn't he? What nerve he had, daring to even think of naming a god. But I thought you weren't gods. So you do think of yourself as one. Therefore you do have an arrogant way of thinking. I couldn't tell if he was courageous or idiotic. Why not both? Either way, giving him a straight answer would only make me tired.
もうよい。私には関係のないことゆえ、お前が聞こえたままに好きに呼ぶがいい。ちなみに、私の名はこの地で言うところの鳥の翼や羽を意味するとのことだ。
Got it! I'll call you Featherbrain!
そうですか。では、
おい、そこまで悩むな。
Wait a minute. If you're basically named after a bird, then does that mean that when you reproduce, you lay eggs? Questions for later. It's not worth killing your brain over? Yeah, because you already killed it yourself by throwing him down the bottom of the water hole, head first.
そもそもだな、私は仮にもこの地の神であって、気安く呼びかけるものでは。
あ、そうだ。いいな、思いつきました。
人の話を聞け。
But Riku picked up a stick as though he hadn't heard me and drew a line in the ground. It was infuriating to be ignored, but I figured I could at least watch, so I looked down. What Riku wrote were characters of his language. How do you read this combination?
なんだこれは。
はい。最初の方はそれなりに聞き取れましたので、それとあなたの名前の羽が入っているという言葉の意味になって掛け言葉として羽生と読みます。
There we go, we got it.
ですからこれからあなたのことを羽生と呼んでもよろしいでしょうか。
羽生。
That was likely how Higurashi had sounded to him. Hanyu. My already throbbing heart pounded even harder at the sound of that unfamiliar and far too fresh name. Jedha is my family name as an observer. Yisamo is a hereditary title based off the land I lived in. So this was truly the first time I've been given my own name. And her name changed! Seriously, what the hell am I thinking? Why am I getting so giddy about? You got a name! You have an identity! You are no longer just an it!
気に入ってくれると私も嬉しいのですが。
気に入るも何も。そもそもお前は今後私のことを忘れて村に。
あれ？
Riku's face warped in shock when he suddenly noticed my foot standing right next to the characters written on the ground.
あなた、怪我をしているではありませんか。
Well, I'm glad you finally noticed. Since I got quite the big nasty boo-boo on my foot after dealing with that bear, would you be such a kind fellow and kiss it and make it feel better?
大丈夫ですか。
I looked down to find the top of my foot oozing blood again. I've been planning to put ointment on it after I washed it off, but I'd completely forgotten about that up until now.
これくらい大したことはない。薬を塗ればすぐに。
あ、待っていてください。これを。
Riku took out what appeared to be medicinal plants and a towel from his basket lying on the ground. He then ground the medicinal plants on a nearby rock until they turned to paste, put it on my foot, then wrapped a towel around the wound.
何を。
とりあえず応急措置ですが、この薬草は血止めに効きますので少しはマシだと思います。
Hoo-hoo, that's cool to know. And so it's Hanyu's backstory. Yeah, looks like that's indeed what this arc's can truly be about.
本当に人の話を聞かんやつだな、お前は。
I stared blankly at the towel wrapped around my foot as I let out my umpteenth sigh of the day. Huh? Come to think of it, could these medicinal plants be...
この薬草、そこの斜面で取ってきたものではないのか。
あ、はい。よくご存知ですね。血止めと消毒によく効くのですが、うっかり行商人から買い置くのを忘れておりまして。
それを取っていて、命の危機にさらされたというわけか。薬を探して死んだとあっては、 むしろ大いなる皮肉だな。
Riku scratched his head and laughed bashfully. Though the sun was setting, his face was so clearly reflected to me that it was dazzling. Oh, she thinks he's dazzling. He looks dazzling, rather. She's in trouble now.
あ、そうだ。すいません。申し上げるのが遅くなりました。助けてくれてありがとうございます。あなたのおかげで命拾いしました。
You saved my ass while showing me yours. My eyes fell to my feet when he politely told me that. The wound on my right foot that Riku had tended to. For some reason, it was so warm that I completely forgot the pain I'd felt earlier. And the efficiency of the medicine no longer mattered to me.
それで羽生？羽生？
When he called out again, I remembered he was using his own name for me. Still, I'm a god to them, right? So why is he talking to me as if I'm an old friend of his?
よろしければしっかりと治療を行いたいので私の神社まで来ていただけませんか。ここからでもそれほどに距離はありませんし、ぜひ。
遠慮しておこう。
なぜです？
私の姿を見れば村人に無用の不安を与えるではないか。
大丈夫ですよ。実は私、村に降りることなく山沿いに神社へと向かう道を知っているのです。
If it's the secret underground, cave system that the Sonozaki family in the present day use as both a makeshift bomb shelter and an escape tunnel, that'd be cool. Although now that I think about it, didn't they build that during World War II? I don't quite remember when they made it.
ですから私についてきてくだされば問題ありません。
The right thing to do here would have been to ignore him and leave. But no, you got to follow the thump of that heartbeat of yours and let it guide you to where destiny dictates, so you too can create the family. No, normally, I would have unquestionably turned down his ridiculous, exasperating, and blunt response. But it was strange. Rather than curiosity, I felt a desire to talk more of this man that kept me from leaving no matter how hard I thought otherwise. I reflexively nodded.
わかった。任せよう。
ありがとうございます。それから
まだ何かあるのか？
できればこの上の斜面に登るのを手伝ってもらえましたら。
I'm not your mule. Climb it yourself.
実は私、岩登りが非常に苦手でして。
I swear, just how ignorant was this man? Well, I mean, hey, given your superior strength, you could literally just toss him over the rocks. At first, I was planning on leaving quickly. And yet, let me look at the time. I think I will continue on for maybe another 30 to 40 something minutes or so before I bring this to a close. So let's continue for a little bit longer. Yet in the end, 1 month later, bright sunlight shone into the room through the transoms by the veranda, warming it up. I think I should save real quick too while I'm thinking about it. When I pressed my cheek against the tatami mat while lying down, I found the scent and texture of the roses so comfortable that I just wanted to fall asleep right then and there.
いけない。
Falling asleep in the middle of the day would be the pinnacle of sloth. It was with that thought I forced my eyes to stay open, stretched out my limbs, and took a deep breath.
リク、昼の食事はまだか?
Feed me!
はーい。ちょっと待っていてくださいね。
うん、わかった。
Couldn't resist. I just could not resist. After hearing Riku's reply from the kitchen, I flopped right back onto the tatami mats in the living room. The faint, delicious scent of cooking wafted in. What vegetables were those? Or was it meat? I opened my eyes and looked up at the ceiling. The wood was white, like it was brand new, and the wood grain was arranged in a neat pattern. And there wasn't a single spider web or speck of dust to be found, likely due to Riku being a neat freak. I strained my ears and heard a cacophony of chirping cicadas. All the time and experiences I had in this estate were so fresh that I found them fascinating.
だからといって、私は何をやっているんだ?
That's right. Everything on that day went fine until I visited the Furuti residence on Riku's invitation. However,
せっかくなので食事でもどうです？もう遅いので泊まって行かれては。怪我が治ってからでも別に遅くはないでしょう。
And so after getting pulled in by one after another, in the blink of an eye, I found that I'd spent over a month in this estate.
神様のお世話はこの神社に勤める私の義務です。
I was grateful that the man saying that was gallantly devoting himself to my meals and personal care. But does he plan to keep me in this house because he's mistaken me for Sashiki Warashi, or some symbol of good fortune? I don't know. I think the sight of your ass in itself is a sign of good fortune, if I'm being perfectly honest. My right foot had made a complete recovery long ago, of course. It wasn't that major of an injury to begin with, so it was inevitable once we stopped the bleeding and disinfected it. But in the end, I never once used the ointment I'd had on me. Of course, using Ryunok's specially synthesized ointment would have healed it nigh perfectly on the spot, better than those natural, barely effective medicinal plants. However, you just couldn't resist letting him get his grubby little mitts all over your feet, couldn't you?
はい。それでは足を出してください、羽生。
構うな。手当てくらい自分でできる。
ああ、ダメですよ。薬草はもっとしっかりすりつぶして全体に塗らないと。
うるさい。
Nice face.
私は今までこうしてきたのだ。文句を言うな。
She's so shocked that her nose vanished.
ほら羽生、違いますよ。包帯の巻き方はこうやって。
本当に人の話を聞かないやつだな、お前は。笑うな。
Stop doing that. You're spontaneously getting rid of her sense of smell.
まったく。
When I pictured Riku's gentle face as he fussed over my simple foot wound like we were family, I let out an exasperated sigh. But for some reason, I wasn't displeased in the slightest. In fact, having Riku tend to me while I complained his ear off felt even comforting in a sense. And thus, once my wound had completely healed, I even felt disappointed for whatever reason. Like I said, you didn't want him to stop tending to your feet. You didn't want him to stop caring for you, catering to your every whim.
どうしたのだろう、私は。
A god complex. Or love. Or both, if you're a goddess of love. Which you're going to be soon, in order to follow canon. After hearing what Ryun told me the other day, I stayed here thinking I could heal my body and mind a bit. And yet, I didn't understand. Face of fear. No, it's the face of a god! At least as far as Riku's concerned. This is the face of divinity, Riku! Whenever I talked with Riku, I got unusually irritated and emotional. My face would flush, and my heart would pound like mad, to the point where it was almost suffocating. Yet I kept meeting and talking to him about all sorts of things. And now that was the end of it, now that the end of it was in sight, I was feeling reluctant.
こんなこと、今まで一度もなかったのに。
Honestly, I'm not good at dealing with people. I don't know what it was like for the other Putis, but I'd get oddly uncomfortable when in a group and feel like keeping my distance from them. Even with Shizen, the late Jedha who served as my partner in this island nation, I didn't talk to her any more than necessary. So why was it I didn't feel that sort of agony and reluctance with Riku?
Hanyu?
Just then, a voice came from the hallway, as if to interrupt my thoughts. I sat up, looked that way, and soon spotted Riku's silhouette on the other side of the paper door.
入ります。よろしいですか？
The door quietly opened after I answered, and Riku entered the room. He carried a pot with a delicious smell wafting from it, most likely something boiled. Then, after placing the pot on the hearth, he momentarily returned to the kitchen, then came back with a tray of bowls and utensils.
お待たせしました、羽生。さあ、食べましょう。今日はイノシシの肉を漁師さんから分けてもらいましたので、筑前煮にしてみました。羽生は好きですか？
Sustenance!
筑前煮と言われても、私はよく知らぬ。一体どんなものだ？
ああ、それはですね。
Riku smiled brilliantly as he explained the dish to me. But unfortunately, I knew jack all about cooking, so it went right over my head.
とりあえず、まずは食べてみてからということで。嫌いなものはありますか？
特にはない。辛い野菜とかはやめてくれ。気分が悪くなるから。
わかりました。
Riku said that, putting the Chichizuken ni stew in a small bowl before placing it on my tray. Afterwards, he sat on his own portion and rice for two, lined up his chopsticks, and turned to me. I could tell without eating that it smelled wonderful and seemed... What was the word Riku taught me again? Right, delicious. This woman has existed for centuries without having ever once in all of her existence experiencing delicious food. What hellish life have you lived up until now? Holy shit!
はい、お待たせしました。
いただくぞ。
Riku suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed my own. Confused what he was up to, I looked his way to find him giving me a troubled smile.
なんだ、リク。
羽生、あれほど女性の喋り方はそうじゃないと申し上げているではありませんか。
Fuck you! I'm a goddess as far as you're concerned. I'll talk however I want.
はい、やり直し。
I should smite you where you stand, you little mortal worm. Though I was a bit ticked at him for scolding me like a baby, I reluctantly changed my tune and carefully put my words together. Don't encourage him! Smite him! Smite him, almighty smiter! If I remember right, I'm supposed to put the chopsticks down, place my hands together, and smite him!
いただきます。これでいいか？
いいですか？
いいですか？
はい、よくできました。
I can't tell if he's praising or mocking me. Hey, you can do both. However, I feel like the corners of my lips have raised a little, so I look away in a fluster. It started a few days ago. Riku and I were just chatting one day when he suddenly told me that I didn't speak like a lady. Thinking about it, I learned to speak this land's language from male Ryun, starting with the elders. Thanks to that, it seems I've been talking like a guy without even knowing it. Hanyu tomboy confirmed. But my guard was down at the time, so I carelessly responded with, "What'd you mean?" That didn't go well, to say the least.
どうです？一度試してみますか？
いや、今のままでも別に。
Yeah, tomboys deserve love too.
大丈夫です。とても簡単な修正ですから。きっと今まで以上に素敵な感じになると思いますよ。
You telling me tomboys ain't charming, son? Those are some fighting words right there. I frantically tried to take it back, but considering how little Riku actually listened to anyone, it was far too late. Yeah. Well, Hanyu, I think you were right. Those ears on his head, they definitely are just for decoration after all. Afterwards, I was basically forced to take a crash course in female linguistics from Riku, which, with the help of Ryunok, brought me a little closer to sounding like a typical woman. No! Tomboy Hanyu, come back to me!
だいたいくどいようだが。ですが、この村にとっては神同然の存在ですよね、私は。その私がなんでここまでしないといけないのだ。です。
いやいや、女性といえば丁寧な話し口調の方が似合いますからね。
Bitch, I am higher than a lady. I am a god to you people!
毅然とした喋り方のあなたもいいですが、やはり女性らしい喋り方だと好感が一層高まりますよ。
Clearly you never met a good tomboy at any point in your life, you poor son of a gun. I feel sorry for you.
どっちでも 普段の生活では大差ないではないかです。
Plus, I honestly had no obligation to revise my speech. And even if I did, there was barely anything in it for me. Other than appeasing this lowly worm. Yet even so, Riku saw me as a woman, even though I had horns and wasn't of this world. What, you saying women can't be horny, Hanyu? So while I'd be too embarrassed to ever say this to his face, that made me feel really good. I'd gone through life up until now paying absolutely no mind to the fact I was a woman. No. To be perfectly honest, I never even thought I was different from a man apart from times I could feel our difference in strength. True equality! Until reality hits you in the face. Literally sometimes. Such is the best way to live life, I find. You just go about your business until reality comes a-knockin'. But ever since meeting Riku, I've slowly but surely begun to regain self-awareness of my nearly forgotten gender. And he also fulfilled my long-held secret desire to be seen not as a demon nor a god, but as me, a resident of this world. That's not true. He's trying to change your tomboy character traits. He's not seeing you for you. He's changing you. You were fine just the way you were. Although I will admit, present-day Hanyu definitely does have its charm. I'd be a hypocrite if I tried to deny that. Decisions. Reminds me of Keiichi and Mion. Now that you mention it, yeah, kind of reminds me of that too. So I guess in this case, Hanyu is the Mion to Riku's Keiichi. It made me feel... That's right. It made me happy. Well, I'll tell you one thing. He definitely doesn't have a way of words like Keiichi does.
どうです?味は?
If anything, now that I think about it, Keiichi's words probably wouldn't work on this man because his ears don't work properly.
おいしいです。
You know, being a magician of words and all that. Words are kind of useless when the ears on a person's head are just for decoration, after all. This is a travesty, I tell you. She can't even say it's yummy around this man. She has to say it's delicious under every context. You little bastard. I wasn't lying or buttering them up. That's how I really felt. Up until now, I'd considered all food mere nutrients meant to starve off hunger, and had never done anything to take it beyond its base flavor. The most I'd ever done was chop it up to make it easier to swallow, or boil it to disinfect it. But I had absolutely no idea that food that took time to prepare could provide such sheer satisfaction and delight.
ああ、羽生。箸の使い方が上手くなりましたね。
そうか。じゃなかった。そうですか。
ええ。もうすっかり上手に挟めているじゃないですか。
この程度、数回繰り返せばすぐにできます。
So you couldn't do it successfully after a few tries? Initially? I grew somewhat irritated and turned away as I brought the sliced blocks of meat to my mouth. The sweet meat juices flooded into my mouth when I bit in, and chewing and swallowing them filled me with satisfaction. To begin with, I'd intentionally simplified the act known as eating. How'd you eat before now? Excuse me. by eating. My body produces waste products as a result of digesting organic matter, which, much like injuries, prevent me from transforming into my astral body. So, in other words, you can't transform into your astral body if you are literally full of shit. Piss and shit. Got it. The ability to transform into an astral body greatly influences the tide of battle when fighting the Griffes. Wait a minute. So, since your people came here from another dimension and there was only a handful of you guys that were able to keep your physical bodies as you transport yourselves from one dimension to another, does that mean that your ability to switch in back and forth back and forth with your astral bodies? Wait a minute, no, it wouldn't, because apparently you have to get rid of the waste in general, otherwise it won't work. So even if you had any in your system when you arrive in the world, apparently, well, no, it wouldn't have been that case anyway, because apparently everybody and from your dying world had to vacate their bowels before they could go flee over to this world. So, okay, whatever. Ignore me. I'm still trying to figure out how some of the stuff that she explained to me earlier in regards to the whole astral projection stuff and all that works. So, yeah. The ability to transform into an astral body greatly influences the tide of battle when fighting the Griffes. Thus, since battles were a regular part of my life, I minimized my meals as a precaution. Never ate much more than fruit. Well, I guess that answers one question. Up until she met Riku, Hanyu was just a fruitcake! But now... just what is this? What is this warm, comfortable atmosphere? I never thought being with someone and eating the food they made could feel this good. Being in this atmosphere made me feel as light as a feather. It makes you live up to your namesake, in other words. Or, to put it in another way, it makes you feel like yourself. Good to know.
どうしました、羽生？
なんでもありません。おかわりです、リク。
Yeah, don't mind us. She's enjoying the food while I'm pondering the ways of her people. Yet in contrast, I felt a growing yet bizarre irritation. Plus, everywhere from my cheeks to my neck was burning up like crazy. Beyond crazy. Look what you're doing to her. How are you gonna take responsibility for this, Riku? After lunch and cleaning up, Riku made me tea.
どうぞ、羽生。
Is it green?
あ、うん。
I lightly stirred the teacup and took a sip, then immediately smiled at the rich aroma. Tea after a meal was a considerably luxurious taste, but Riku had apparently badgered a peddler into selling him some last month, saying it'd be good for healing my wound. Even though my wound hadn't even left a scar.
今日もいい天気だな。風が気持ちいいです。
Well, why don't you just go climb the top of a very tall mountain if you like breezes so much? You said that you were bad at rock climbing, so why don't you get some practice? Freaking tomboy hater. Riku and I sat side by side on the veranda and looked at the vegetable garden in the yard. What's this tickle in my throat? Hope it's not a bad omen, whatever it is. As a priest of the shrine, Riku didn't have to work in the fields because he essentially lived off the villagers' crop and cash donations. So you're a charity case. I was a bit impressed by his considerable popularity in spite of his young age. Still, he told me that he didn't want to rely too much on the others as charity, instead wanted to do whatever he could. So he made his livelihood off the vegetables he grew here and the fish he caught. Well, that's good. At least he's not being, at least he's doing something to pay back the village. I suddenly stole a glance at the side of Riku's face while drinking the lukewarm tea. While his speech and conduct were typically carefree, his features held an innocence that seemed childish for a human about 20 years old. And above all else, there was a shine deep in his eyes. In them, I could perceive a dazzling, immaculate purity completely different from shrewdness. She's being dazzled again.
さて、それでは私は境内の掃除に行ってきます。何か？
いや。
I've been staring at Riku's face for so long that it caught me off guard when he suddenly stood up, and I quickly looked away so he didn't catch a glimpse of my face. Cleaning, huh?
リク、私も手伝いましょうか？
え？
You better give me the best damn broom that you got. Riku's eyes widened for a second, as if he didn't understand what he'd just heard. As soon as I saw that reaction, I deeply regretted instinctively speaking up. But it'd be even more embarrassing to take it back, so I kept going.
だから。
Riku is the good guy? I don't know. When a man tries this hard to extinguish a tomboy really be a good man? I wonder.
私もあなたの仕事のお手伝いをしようかと言っているのだ。です。
はあ。いや、しかし。
Riku's eyes darted around as he scratched his head, with a troubled look on his face. Don't tell me he doesn't think I can do it.
ただの掃除でしょ？ほうきを使って落ち葉や土ぼこりを吐く。私にだってできますよ。
いや、そうじゃなく、前にも申し上げましたように、あなたはこの村の守り神様で。
それが理由というのなら、他にもっと改めてもらいたいことが数多くあるのですが。
I want to see a solid gold statue of myself built in the center of the village.
え？これは一本取られました。
It's not funny, bastard. You want to get cursed for real?
しかし、いずれにしてもあなたは私の客人です。
Since you're an alien and all, can you actually dish out a curse?
さすがに家事を手伝ってもらうわけにはいきませんよ。
そうは言っても、私はかれこれ1ヶ月余りあなたの世話になりっぱなしです。ですからせめて少しだけでもお返しをしておかなくては気が済まないのです。
お気持ちは嬉しいのですが、さすがに日中はやめておいた方がいいかと。
It was then I finally realized the reason for Riku's evasive attitude, as well as what he was looking at. Right. My horns. Oh. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. I failed to consider that in the slightest. Well, I'll give you credit, you idiot boy. You, at least had the sense to keep that into consideration, unlike yours truly. By no means had I forgotten them. I did. But that was careless. He was concerned about other people seeing them.
やはり邪魔ですか、私は。
いえ、そんなことは絶対ありません。父が城下町に赴任してからというもの、私はしばらくずっと一人暮らしでした。ですからあなたとこうやって過ごせることがとても楽しいのです。ただ軽蔑してくれても結構です。
Your wish is my command.
初めて会った時から私はあなたのことが悪人には全然見えなかった。ですが何も知らない村の人があなたを見てひどい言葉をぶつけないとも限らない。それが嫌なんです。
Not horns, not horns. Well, if they're not horns, then what are they? Dog ears? Antennas? Handlebars? Vroom vroom? The humans of this village could be called exclusive. They look at anyone not their kind with prejudice and suspicion. You think that's unique to this village? It's likely a result of the scars from the demon attack 2 decades ago. Understandable. Deeply paranoid and constantly on guard. Those traits summed up the majority of residents from Onikafuchi village. Thus, I agreed that Riku was right to be worried. Or rather, I was a bit surprised he was being so considerate of me. But...
そうは言ってもリク、私のことはすでに村の人々も知っているのでしょ。
どうしてそれを。
ああ、やっぱり。
Actually, I had asked without knowing for sure and bluffed him. But Riku was soft on others and a poor liar. There is always a near constant stream of traffic to and from shrines to begin with. So anyone sharp enough could figure out that there's someone besides Riku in this house, given the right circumstances. And it's only human nature for people to want to know who else is living in the village priest's estate.
そんなに目につくことがまずいのなら、人の目からは見えない巨体になりましょうか。
そんなことができるのですか。
今は無理でしたね。お腹に食物を入れている状態では。
Your astral projection stuff is so damn specific. But if I'd stayed in my astral body, I couldn't have had a bite of Riku's food. And while it's truly pathetic to admit, now that I've been taken with its comforts, I'd rather have that.
そうだ。ちょっと待っていてください。いいものがあります。
Are you gonna put me in a box? Riku quickly returned to the living room, dragging a large portmanteau clothing box from the closet. Was I right? I watched in confusion as he took off the lid and pulled out a white lump of cloth.
それは？
以前ここに立ち寄った修験道のお坊さんが置いていったものです。取りに戻られた時のことを考えて洗って保管しておいたのですが。羽生？ちょっと頭を貸してください。
After giving a brief reply, Riku spread open the cloth and covered my head with it, taking care not to get it stuck in my hair. He then took a hand mirror out of the portmanteau and asked me, "How is it?" I checked it from all different angles. It wasn't a bad way of hiding my horns.
とりあえず不便かもしれませんが、ここにいる間はその頭巾をかぶっていただいてもよろしいでしょうか。村の人にはあなたが頭に怪我の跡があってそうしているのだと説明しておきますので。
それであなたは大丈夫なのですか？
ええ、もちろんです。
Riku nodded to me with a huge grin. When I saw that face, I really did get the feeling that I won't be causing him any trouble. So I unconsciously replied, "Alright."
でもそうなってくると、服も神社にあったものが良さそうですね。今のままだとどうしても周囲から浮いてしまいますので。
そうなのか。じゃない、そうなのですか。
I give myself another look over. These are specialized armored garments worn by Hyryuns to fight Griffies. Though it looks like ordinary cloth at first glance, it's actually made to withstand a certain degree of slashes and impacts, and is very maneuverable so as not to interfere with battle. In hindsight, it only feels natural for me to move around in these clothes, since I've been wearing them for as long as I can remember. But it's true that it sticks out compared to the rest of the village's fashion. Hope we got a picture for this. Oh, you mean for her wearing a thing around her head? So far, it doesn't look like we do.
そういうわけですので、羽生。あなたは神社にあった服を着ていただけますか？
わかりました。この村に長くいるのであれば、それも必要な措置かもしれませんね。でも。
I noticed a problem after accepting Riku's proposal. From what I'd heard, Riku lost his mother when he was young. And though his father is currently living away for work right now, the two of them supposedly live together. So how did he get his hands on women's clothing in an all-male household?
その点につきましては心配ご無用です、羽生。
And why is that?
は？
実は私はこういう時もあろうかとこれだけの準備をしてまいりましたのです。さあご覧ください。
Huh? And then, with an enthusiastic expression and gesture, Riku opened the closet door on the other side of the living room. And inside was... a bunch of women's clothing. Right. Countless articles of clothing adorn the inside of the closet. And what's more, all of them were red and white. Maiko outfits? Wait a minute. Did you drag me here and do everything in your power to insist that you take care of me for the better part of the month, just for the sole purpose of wooing me to where I'd live with you and join you? Was this all just a ploy on your part to get me to be your lady friend on the shrine? I gotta say, you got a very interesting way of trying to hook up with people. It's the monk's habit she's wearing. Is the monk's habit she's wearing okay? Oh, I see. Well, I mean, hey, guess we got this outfit, these outfits now.
趣向に応じて様々な仕立てになったものを全て取り揃えております。ああ、もちろん洗濯も手入れもきちんとして虫除けも万全です。また仕立ても好みに応じて変化を加えておりますので、お好みに合わせて選んでください。
Seriously, seriously, did you have these outfits before you met me, or did you get your hands on them after having me stay here for the better part of a month? I got questions, sir. Serious questions.
さあ、羽生、あまりの感動に言葉もないと。
Moved is certainly one word for it, I guess.
いいんです。遠慮なさらないでください。私は巫女服をこよなく愛する。ではなく、神に仕える者として、そして羽生に最高のおもてなしをする者として、当然のことをしたまでですから。
Are Maiko equivalents in this? Are Maiko outfits in this day and age the equivalent of the Angel Mord outfits for your average bloke. Interesting. Interesting. It's Riku. We don't even need to ask. I suppose you're right.
いや、そうじゃなくて。
It took everything I had just to squeeze out that response. It's true that this was a male-dominated household, but if they'd had women's clothing as a memento of his mother, or in a case of an emergency or something, it wouldn't have been all that strange. But no matter how you look at it, the number of Maiko outfits in the closet numbered 10? No, 20? No, likely more than that. And judging from the glossy fabric and pure, unblemished appearance, it was highly unlikely he'd just been left sitting here all this time. They were indeed good as new. They're either recent acquirements, or he's taken very good care of them for however long he's had them.
おいおいおいおいおい、ちょっと待て。
Maiko outfits were meant to be the uniform of women who worked for the shrine. But naturally, Fruity Shrine had no one you could call a Maiko. Perhaps there were some, but at the very least I hadn't seen any.
おい、竜王区。
はい、なんでしょう、ジェダ。
I unconsciously brought the sword at my waist near my mouth, established a mental link with Ryunok via the charged crystal in the sheath, and sent my words to her.
竜王区、教えてくれ。この村に巫女というものが存在したのはどれくらい前だ。
お待ちください。検索した。
お、どうした？
ジェダ、答えてもよろしいのでしょうか。
You can't see it, but I'm smiling right now. I can't wait to hear this.
さっさと言え。
Maybe I really should just get myself a VTuber model or something so I can actually properly emote to you guys. But I need to get some equipment first before that.
現在よりおよそ186年前になります。
God damn, I wasn't expecting a number like that. Holy shit!
ちなみに、古出家当主の亡き奥方は、神職ではなかったため、巫女服を着用しておりませんでした。
Wait a minute. So, wait, are priests allowed to start, are priests in Shinto? I think it's Shinto, right? For Japan, the common religion around this time. I can't remember. Are Shinto priests allowed to actually? I know they don't have. I know Maiko at the very least don't necessarily have to practice any form of celibacy. But can priests and Maiko actually have families or start families? I don't remember. Questions for later. But, well, I'm pretty sure I'll be explained the further implications of this here in just a minute. So, why don't I just continue?
さらに申し上げると、この村で神社の駒働きをする女性は多数存在しましたが、皆、神職ではないため、巫女服を着ておりません。神事においては、この国の本社から相当数の巫女が派遣されて運営されているようです。
つまり、どういうことだ？
個人的な趣味による収集とでも申し上げるべきなのでしょうか。
That was actually initially one of the first thoughts that popped into my head as he revealed all this to me, and I thought to myself, nah, no way, that can't be it. I didn't voice it at the time because I really did not think it was likely, but you're joking, right? Liz25, hi, welcome to the stream. You're pretty much at the very tail end of it, though, so, I mean, as soon as this scene's over, I'm pretty much going to be bringing it to a close. But all the same, though, I hope your night is going well. It's good to see you, as always. So, our buddy Riku is a cross-dresser! My head hurt. I probably had the same impression as Ryunuk, albeit on an entirely different level. Which means that this son of a bitch is...
そもそもですね、巫女服というものは神に仕える清らかな乙女のために作り出されたまさに芸術とも呼べる服装なのです。
Answer me, boy! Are you indeed into wearing women's clothing?
それを身にまとう資格があるのは同じ時間同じ場所に生まれてた女子の中でもほんの一握り。いや世代によっては皆無絶務の時もあり得る貴重で希少な存在にのみ許されたものなのです。
ちょっとこら。
そしてこの村では残念ながらこれまで巫女服が似合う腐女子が全く持っておりませんでした。
What? They're not all land whales or something, are they?
まあ君吉村長の娘おしのさんならギリギリ大丈夫。
Kimiyoshi! Kimiyoshi family exists.
いややっぱり無理かも。と本人の耳に入ればきっと半殺しどころか全殺しの目にも合いかねない失礼なことを考えたりもするほど私たちは完全なる不作長い冬の時代を過ごしてきたのです。
私たちじゃなくてあなたがでしょう。
しかしここで私たちの前に一人の救世主が現れました。まさに神話とおとぎ話の中にのみ存在すると思われた麗しき女神様。それがあなたなのです。
That's something his Keiichi father might say. You're right about that, now that I think about it. We sure this isn't actually, are we sure that Keiichi isn't actually descended from this guy too, somehow?
聞けよ人の話を。
Just then, Riku interrupted his passionate sermon to squeeze both my hands and give me the most serious look I'd ever seen from him. It was so intense that I reflexively flinched, and felt those mysterious palpitations of my heart pounding hard against my chest, as I barely managed to get my words out.
つまり私にどうしろと。
巫女服を着てください。この中からどれでも好きなものを選んで。さあ。
You're not the boss of me! How about I make you wear them? I never thought anyone could speak so passionately, no zealously about a single article of clothing. But I said I'd do it, so I walked into the closet. At any rate, the red and white Maiko outfits do resemble my armored clothes a little, so I should be able to wear one without much discomfort. And so it was with that thought I grabbed a random outfit. What the actual hell? Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
どうしました羽生。
リク、ちょっと聞きたいのですが、これ巫女服ですよね。
How much skin does it show? Can I see?
はい、そうですけど。
じゃあ、なんでこんなにも胸元が開いてるんだ。
And, well, I guess answers that question. It shows just the right amount.
胸が見えるだろうが。
Yep, just the right amount.
はい。それが大きな特徴なんです。ぜひ。
たわけ。
ほげ。
So I guess we're not gonna see you wear it. Having finally hit my breaking point, I punched Riku in the chest. For a human like Riku, that was a full-body blow that sent him flying through the air like a leaf. He then crashed right through the paper door on the other side of the room and rolled all the way over from the veranda to the edge of the garden. I randomly grabbed the Maiko outfits hanging neatly, grew enraged after checking their designs, and violently slammed them on the floor. One of them had pants so short it was a hair's breadth away from showing off the crotch. Aw, he just wants to see the goods. Come on you. He's treated you so well for the better part of a month. Why don't you just give him what he wants? One of them had short sleeves and the entire back barred on full display. Oh, that would probably look good, actually. And there was even one with fabric so thin you could make out not only the wearer's body structure, but even their colors? Well, come on, man. That leaves virtually nothing to the imagination. At the very least, if my memory is right, Maiko outfits aren't designed like this. No, this is actually something completely different, isn't it?
どうですか、羽生?
Well, how about that? Apparently people from feudal-era Japan like to dress in naughty outfits too.
気に入った服はありましたか?
Riku said that and climbed up from the veranda, blood pouring down his nose. With a totally pure and innocent smile. Pure and innocent! Bullshit! But, this time, it was...
というか、リク。この巫女服、すべて微妙なところまで私の寸法にぴったりなのですが。
You've been taking a measuring tape to my body while I rest? You scoundrel!
あなた、ひょっとして。
はい！あなたのお世話をすると決めたその日から、村と城下町に住まう同志の方々に頼んで入手してまいりました。
Actually, wait, no, he probably doesn't even need to do that. He probably remembers seeing you naked so vividly that he was able to accurately get your measurements just from the sheer memory alone. The mental image of that day that you wiggled your ass in front of him is that vivid. Now that's impressive. Poor Riku. I wish I had a memory that vivid. You kidding? I envy the bastard.
ちなみにどうやって私の体型を調べたのですか?
What a nice deep laugh.
実はそれは私の特技の一つでして、これはと思った女性の体型を服の下からでもはっきりと目測することができるのです。
This guy is a full-blown scoundrel.
ちなみに羽生の寸法は
リク。そういえばこういう時に最も適した言葉を以前大陸で教わりました。
Yay! Education time!
え？
この変態
However, I must have used a bit too much strength, as in the end, it took a very long time for Riku to get back up afterwards. Dinner was Chizuku ni stew again. You're right, I want to be Riku too. I'm glad we agree. I think everybody here wants to be Riku. Maybe. I don't really know for sure. Speaking for myself, at least, I do. Tips acquired. Maiko Outfits 101. Okay, you know what? Why don't I check this tip really quick and then I will bring today's stream to a close. Let's see. Let's get a little bit of Maiko education in our brains tonight, shall we?
ちなみにリク、一つ確かめておきたいことがあるのですが。
なんへよ、ハリュー。
He's so brain damaged now. It's not even funny. Poor
大げ
guy.
さに苦しんだふりをしないでください。
Well, he might as well have been, given how strong you are.
怪我などしていないくせに、何ですかその包帯は。私に対する当てつけですか？
Lady, you gave him a bloody nose and you knocked him out of the damn building twice. I violently ripped off the bandages covering Riku's whole body after saying that. Just as I suspected, he didn't even have a single scrape on him.
いやー、さすがにバレましたか。重傷っぽく見せていれば、ちょっとは心配してくれるかなと思ったのですが。
Now that's underhanded.
見くびらないでください。いくらほんの少しだけ劇場に駆られたとはいえ、加減くらいちゃんと考慮に入れています。
However, I went too far and ended up damaging his bone tissue in spite of that, so I ordered some medicine from Yonok in secret. As a result, unlike usual, it was extremely awkward when I asked her for it. You know, I bet you I know just how much. I'm willing to bet you I know exactly how much damage she ended up doing to his bones. And what it ended up reducing him to after he received the damage. I'm willing to bet you I know exactly what she did to him. So hold on. Probably went something like this.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. Why don't I just mute this real quick? There we go. He probably this is probably what happened. What happened to Riku after Hanyu damaged his bones.
Done.
That ought to show you. Oh no.
Given her strength, could you honestly see that and not see that happening? Could you honestly not see that happening? So she probably had to bring in a lot of medicine in order to fix his bones. Alright. As a result, unlike usual, it was extremely awkward when I asked her for it. Her speech and conduct felt unusually barefaced when she gave me the medicine, but I think it only felt that way because of how overly suspicious I was. That's what I want to think anyway. I shelved all of that into the corner of my mind for now, while he cleared my throat and turned to Riku.
それでお聞きしたいことは何でしょう。
ええ。そもそもあなたがどうしてあんなにも巫女服にこだわるのか、その理由を聞いておりませんでしたので。
It should be self-evident, isn't it? The guy likes women.
それをお教え願えればとふと思った次第です。
話せば巫女服を着ていただけますか。
内容によります。
I deliberately ignored the twitching vein in my temple as I turned to Riku with a forced smile. It's true that while he did recommend those clothes, if you can even call them that, to me, I regret bursting into rage so carelessly against a human. Besides, If he's so attached to them, perhaps they remind him of his mother or some woman he looks up to. I hope not in this case! I would hope that his mom wouldn't walk around the house while he was a kid wearing those. Based on all my interactions of him so far, I believe Riku actually is quite considerate and serious, despite his seemingly carefree exterior. So I'm starting to think, there may be more to him recommending those scandalous customized Maiko outfits than a simple hobby.
誰かの面影でもその巫女服とやらに重ねているのですか？あなたの母親か、あるいは。
If you say yes to the mother thing, I would like to introduce you to Sigmund Freud, good sir.
いえいえ、全然そんなことは。そもそも私に母の記憶はありません。
Sorry, Mr. Freud, but it looks like you will be having one less patient for today.
以前あなたに申し上げたかどうか定かではないのですが、実の両親は私が幼い頃すでに亡くなっていて、今の父は血のつながっていない、つまり養父なのです。
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
そして父も私を引き取った頃には奥方と死別していたそうなので、私は母というものを知らずに育ちました。
そうなのですか？すみません。知らぬとはいえつまらないことを。
Even I knew that inquiring into his family affairs was a rude and inconsiderate act, so I honestly apologized. What is this feeling? It's like something's tugging at the corner of my heart. But why? Is it pity?
羽生？
ああ、すみません。だったらあなたが巫女服にこだわるのは一体どうしてですか？
そうですね。理由としては確かに大小を含めていろいろありますが、やっぱり一番の理由は。
理由は？
Brace yourselves.
巫女服が好きだからです。
If it's just that, then why the variety in the different design? Especially the ones that show off a woman's assets. Come on, Riku, be honest. From one man of culture to another, be honest.
Oh.
What? What?
なるほど。時にリク。重ねてあなたに質問が。
Okay, I was thinking of worse. What were you thinking?
あなたは火攻め、水攻め、土攻め、拳攻めのいずれがお好きですか？
None of these seem like really good options. Can I get tortured with cactus?
ちょっと待ってください。あなたが理由を聞きたいとおっしゃったので、私は正直に申し上げただけですが。
リク、私はどうやらあなたを見誤っていたようです。
Let this be a lesson to you, Riku, my boy. Sometimes it absolutely does not pay to be honest.
もう少し理性的で納得できる、傾聴に値するだけの根拠があって、この私にあれだけの恥辱を味わわせているのだと思っておりました。
Nothing. Yeah, you say it's nothing, but I don't believe you. No, I don't.
羽生、笑顔がちょっと、いや結構、いやものすんごく怖いんですけど。
One man's frightful smile is another man's gleeful smile. Let me see the smile. Maybe it'll make me feel gleeful.
お庭に出なさい、リク。久々にほんのちょっと私切れてしまったかも。
Threaten me with a good time, why don't you?
羽生、あなたは誤解しています。別に私はあなたをからかおうなんて気は全くありませんでした。神に誓ってそんなつもりは毛頭。
だったらなんで巫女服をあんな得体の知れないハレンチな造形に仕立て上げたというのですか。
She's got a good point.
いや仕立てる際に以前沢でお見かけしたあの美しい姿をもう一度見たいなんて考えてしまいまして。
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. Too bad you're gonna pay for this honesty, though. Poor bastard.
それでつい
それはなお一層たちが悪いな。仮にもこの村の神である私を自分の下品で下びた趣味と思考の対象としようなど言語道断問答無用。
Now relax, Hanyu. Sex goddesses are indeed a thing in certain world religions, don't you know? It's not that incomprehensible a prospect.
守り神を自らの愛人に仕立て上げようとしたかつての大陸の王と同様に地獄に行くがよいわ。
Which one is that exactly that could apply? Do you have any idea how little that actually narrows it down, Hanyu? Could you be more specific?
いいか覚えておけリク。貴様がそのようなよこしまな雑念を捨てぬ限り私は断固としてお前の改造した巫女服の着用はお断りだからな。
But wicked thoughts are a prerequisite to wearing these outfits. So, the way I see it, going by that logic, you're never gonna wear them, period.
いい加減目を覚ませ。
Must I? This dream I'm having is very wonderful.
冷めるどころか意識が遠のきかけているんですが。
とにかく巫女服の着用をそこまで願うのでしたらせめて礼儀として一般常識に照らし合わせた通常の造形をしたものを仕立てて持ってきてください。いいですか。
では通常の仕立てであれば着てくれるのか。
考えてあげるだけです。もっともそれを着ようなどと心が迷う可能性は私があなたの嫁になるくらいに限りなく絶務の低確率ですが。
What a very, very, very oddly specific thing for you to say and compare this to, Hanyu. Is there something you would like to share with us about what's going through your head, Hanyu, my dear? Freudian slip? Though I was only giving an example of an absolute impossibility. When I realized that I'd unintentionally blurted out, I grew just as speechless as Riku. Yep, Freudian slip. What the hell kind of nonsense am I blurting? Lovey-dovey nonsense, that's what!
羽生。
話はそれで終わりです。私は庭の掃除をしてきますからリクはさっさと昼食の準備を。
So, you like them bold, you like them shameless, you like them pervy, you like them with ears that don't function properly, you like them with dazzling eyes, and you like, and what else am I forgetting? Well, you just like them plain dumb, I guess. You have very, very interesting tastes in men, Hanyu, just so you know. But but hey! If you're someone who's anything like Riku, I guess maybe you do stand a chance at boinking pelvises with an alien after all. So if you're into that sort of thing, lucky you, I guess. I looked away to hide my flushed face and quickly left the living room. My heart was pounding so fiercely that it nearly broke out of my chest. Anyway, I'll go outside and get some fresh air to cool my head and my face off. It was with that thought that I made a break for the highest point of the grounds at top speed. Not Riku. Let him live. The great Riku. Well, good news. I think she's going to let him live.
Hanyu.
If Hanyu decides to bump pelvises with him and it involves a lot of angry and hate sex, I would not in the slightest be surprised. Not at all. I cannot realistically see that whole thing going down without him saying or doing something to absolutely infuriate him and make the whole thing very dangerous. But I guess if you're into a little danger while having fun in the bedroom, then I guess threaten him. I guess that's less being threatened of a good time. Well, yeah, it would be being threatened with a good time, wouldn't it? Well, anyway, random little tangents aside, this was definitely a fun stream, I'd say, and this arc so far is just completely and utterly bonkers. Especially with the fact that Hanyu is an alien. Again, if this I'll have to confirm this later, but if this arc is actually canon to the whole story, it will change my entire perception of this whole series forever. I'm just gonna put that out there, okay? And it won't necessarily be for the better, I will admit, because, I mean, reducing all the mystic elements of the series to essentially being the work of aliens feels really dumb, if I'm being honest. Takes out all the mystique and wonder of certain elements within the story, and it just cheapens it in a way, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like as though I'm wholeheartedly embracing this thing with nothing but 100% glee. I'll have you guys know. I mean, I do have some criticisms of this if my suspicions as to this being canon to the rest of the series are and do end up being confirmed later on here. Because I don't think that would really bode well for a lot of things. That being said, though, when it comes, there are some things about this arc I will admit I do like. It's definitely been entertaining, if nothing else, so it's not like I'm going to just write this whole thing off as just a complete waste of time that should be ignored. There's some good stuff here I'm enjoying, to be fair. I'm just not sure I like the implications that this arc may possibly have for the entire rest of the series when it comes to certain specific elements of it, if that makes any sense. Amazing stream. Future will show us the truth. I guess it will, one way or the other, won't it? So yeah, I hope everybody who tuned in today has enjoyed this stream for the Higurashi When They Cry console arcs. And I guess next time we'll be coming back to this new arc and seeing how the rest of Hanyu and Riku's relationship plays from there. Although I have a suspicion these peaceful days that we're experiencing are not going to last for too terribly longer. Call it a hunch. especially given some of the more serious plot elements that we were introduced towards the beginning. I don't think that they're going to just forget about all that stuff. So, yeah, I'm very interested to see how the rest of this arc is going to play out. So, with all that being said, thank you everybody who tuned into today's stream. I'm glad that I was able to provide some entertainment for you guys. If you enjoyed yourselves and you'd like to see more content, feel free to hit that like button, subscribe to my channel, or at the very least, just come back for a future stream. It's up to you. I won't force you. So, I am gonna go eat a T-bone steak and then take the rest of the night off. So, have a good night, everybody. Take care.